Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are back for some more test match cricket, and it's an extremely important day in this test match. Day 4. Currently there is a bit of rain around, which means we will have a delayed start. But the Australians last night, 77 for 4 after 24 overs. We saw some brilliant bowling by Matt Henry. Also, some brilliant work there from the youngster Ben Sears. Australia building a partnership now between Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh. 2 game winners that New Zealand need to try and dismiss. But like I mentioned, this is day 4. We have still got plenty of time left in this test match. So the rain, as unfortunate as it is, it will not affect what happens for the outcome of this game, although it does look relatively heavy at the moment. But Australia, they require another 202 runs to win, whereas New Zealand, they require 6 wickets to be able to get themselves their first win on New Zealand soil against Australia in over 30 years. So that's a long time, ladies and gentlemen. That is older than myself. I was at the game for day 2 as well as day 3. The atmosphere was building nicely, and I think that evening session was the highlight for me last night in terms of the atmosphere, the people getting behind the bowlers, trying to gee them on and try and get them to take those final wickets. Last thing we wanted is rain. Please, we don't want them to draw. Says Coding, no, I don't think we'll get a draw. Mark Richardson on commentary, he has actually said that even with the rain, he still feels there is a result coming today. Now, the longer that it rains, the more likely, if there was a result, it would actually be New Zealand's in their favour, seeing as Australia, they still require 202 runs. That is a lot of runs to get throughout 2 sessions, although throughout this test match at Hagley Oval, it seems like it's doable. We have seen New Zealand scoring around 100 runs per session, and they are normally a side that are slightly slower. We saw some brilliant shots from Daryl Mitchell and Rachin Ravindra yesterday, getting New Zealand into a good position, as well as Scott Kugelheim, who was just hitting the ball so crisp when he swung for it. Unfortunately, just ran out of batsmen at the other end, meant that he had to go for it, and then was caught down the ground by the big man, Cam Green. And boy, it was an important wicket to get his last night. You will cover all 3 sessions of game prolong. Says Coding, I feel like that's exactly what you wanted. I have given up the sleep so that I can cover it for you, so we're going to have to do as much of it as we physically can. But they just shown that Glenn Phillips catch. It was an absolute screamer. Matt Henry getting that LBW of Steve Smith last night. Sears also getting the wicket of Khawaja. Tim Southey, Matt Henry getting the wicket of Khawaja. We saw Ben Sears get Labuschagne and Cam Green, 2 massive wickets to get. Waiting to find out if we got some sort of rain report. Now, I know that they were talking about with how heavy the rain is. It sounds like it is going to be delayed by maybe around 45 minutes or so. So we've still got quite a bit of time maybe before they actually go into the first ball of this day being bowled. The heavy covers are still on. The crowd is slowly piling in. Of course, they'll want to make sure that they brought their umbrellas today. Just showing, yeah, that's a good rain on top of those covers, so that will take at least 30 minutes to try and dry out the outfield. Now, it's quite lush. They actually had walked the wicket yesterday, which meant that a lot of people were able to go onto the ground and experience what it's like to run around on that surface, and it's lush. The good news is it looks like it drains relatively quickly. Just showing the highlights of this so far. We've seen Latham top score in the first innings, and we saw him actually second top score in the second innings with Ravindra, the only man to score more than him with the 82 runs. Marnus Labuschagne made it to 90 in his first innings. He was dismissed cheaply in this last innings of the match, but Mitchell Marsh on 27 off 27, so he's not messing around. Pretty much if the ball's there to hit, he will hit it, and that is what is such a danger for this New Zealand bowling attack, because Kugelheim last night was not able to bowl due to a foot injury. He was someone that they maybe needed in that final session. Now, of course, he's a bit of a mixed bag. He either bowls an absolute ripper or he bowls a big pie that gets hit to the boundary. But it seemed like Southey maybe pushed Henry a bit too hard. We actually saw him down on the boundary getting some strapping around that thumb. So hopefully he is going to be all right to continue bowling like he was last night. And rain is very heavy. So he's going, yeah, we probably could have stayed in bed for another hour or 2 before this cricket does get underway, to be honest. It seems like the delay could be quite substantial. Weather report in Christchurch. Originally, there was supposed to be rain today. Then about the last 2 days it said that there wasn't going to be rain. And then today it's decided, hang on, no, we were supposed to rain a little bit. They've got those bowling run-up covers on as well though, so it is quite heavy. Quite a bit of surface moisture starting to form there as well. But Australia's target, 278. Just enough moisture around to juice things up, says Eric. Although in some regards, it also is a little bit of a or not a downfall per se, but a disadvantage for New Zealand. The more rain that we get, there will be a bit of swing because the ball is only 24 overs old. But that is something that Ben Sears and also Scott Kugelheim, when they were getting that ball to move in both innings, that is when they can be the most dangerous. But the problem is, if it gets wet, as soon as that ball is a little bit more damp, that is when it gets tricky to try and get as much swing. They might not even get a new ball as well, New Zealand, at this rate, because of the fact that Australia only need the 202 runs. They've theoretically got 56 overs to get that. That's just under 4, just around 4 and over. And that is normally a scoring rate that Australia considered quite comfortable. They've already been doing it pretty much throughout the rest of this test match. A good idea, you can rest and come back if the game starts, says Cody, but the only problem with that is I won't know when the game does start. So I will have to be up for the whole day to make sure that I don't miss any of the action. If it's raining, couldn't you go back to bed? I could, but it would only be really stop-start sleep because every 10 or 20 minutes I'd have to set an alarm to make sure that the cricket hadn't started earlier than anticipated. Which it could, because at the end of the day, like I said, it seems to dry quite quickly at Hagley Oval. Yesterday we saw people who dropped their beverages, a few beer cans and whatnot, and that seemed to dry up pretty quick, unfortunately for them. Oh. Okay, Mark Richardson has said that it's stopped raining currently. The ground staff are making their way out onto the field. I was sitting right there yesterday. And that's not my uncle. I know that he was considering taking the day off work to be able to go to the cricket today. Yeah, as long as the rain stays away for a little bit of time, I'd say they've got a good 30 minutes, somewhere around there, before they get into the action. But they are just showing the highlights of day number 1. Now, there was a pull shot that was played by someone. Usman Khawaja chased after it, and it was right out to the boundary in front of me. Not that one anyway. Pulling a sickie. He was honestly considering it. If it's the first time in 30 plus years that New Zealand can win a game on New Zealand soil, he wanted to be there in person. But don't tell his boss. I didn't see you in the camera in either of the days when reporter comes in crowd picture comes. Why is that? Says Cody, it's probably because I wasn't wearing a big extravagant outfit. I was just wearing what people would normally wear going out and about. Like, I didn't go searching for the camera per se. Like, we saw James Tito a couple times walk past, and he was doing a couple interviews like just away from us, but I wasn't going to be that guy who goes, oi James, you should come interview me, because he'd be like, I don't know who you are, why would I do that? Hazelwood, he's a tall man, to be fair. When he's out on the boundary, he was getting a little bit of stick from the crowd until he started taking wickets, and then they realised that maybe they shouldn't try and fire him up. I don't think he got as much stick as Mitchell Marsh, though. But surprisingly, last night, the man who took the most stick was actually Tim Southey from the home crowd. There were some drunk guys near us who were really ripping into him, saying that he's not really bowling quick enough. He's not bowling to his kids, so he's got to ramp up the speed and bend his back for his country. And he didn't quite get a wicket in the end, but I'm hoping that he didn't hear any of that because they were pretty brutal. Just showing the highlights though of day 1. There were some beautiful shots being played from Latham and Ravindra. It was a brilliant partnership to help get New Zealand into a position where they could win this test match. Little injections from Kugelheim as well as Phillips. It's quite cool actually seeing the highlights from this angle, because since going at the ground, I haven't actually seen the actual main camera highlights. They don't really show too many replays at Hagley. Will Young pretty unlucky with the way that he was dismissed. Great catch from Mitchell Marsh, though. There's been some screamers throughout this series, that is for sure. We have seen Marsh take one, we've seen Southey, Phillips. We've also seen some sitters drop. We saw that Daryl Mitchell one last night, luckily didn't cost the Black Cats as Marnus Labuschagne dismissed just a little bit later on. There I was, I think, in the stand. Southey was bowling very slow, like Woman also bowling 130 k's. That's a bit harsh. Like, you could say slow bowling without saying it's like he's a woman bowling it. Of course, recently record for the quickest bowling delivery of a woman recently with 130 something k's. Sure, there's been a few quicker as well, maybe just not quite registered in that regard, but yeah, a bit brutal. But then saying that, Tim Southey, he should be fresh because he did go out extremely early in his batting innings. I actually called that one as soon as I saw him warming up to bat, which is at the start of the day. Pretty much the net was all set up. He was practicing. And then I saw exactly what was going to be his dismissal. I said to Dad, he's going to go out playing a dab shot. I can tell you right now because I've just seen what's gone wrong. And then that's exactly what he did. He ended up doing the little dab to Alex Carey. What's wrong with bowling like a woman, says Simran? That is a very good question. I can tell you right now, plenty of women would bowl me out easy peasy, including the one who has actually bowled me out at practice, which is one that you've seen umpire before. She bowls that little seam movement. Ravindra. Oh, this is actually the first innings, I believe. Okay, so this is much earlier in the test match. I like how it's taken me till now to realise that it was the first innings rather than the second. I thought they were just showing the highlights of day 3, but they are actually showing the overall highlights. So it wasn't me in the crowd, fun fact, because I wasn't there for day 1. Ravindra, he went for 4 in the first innings, did a lot better in the second innings. Sorry, Simran, I was taking a reference. That doesn't make it much better, coding, but but we will just get the weather report for the Hagley Oval. It's just cloudy. So this rain, like I mentioned, it originally was supposed to be there. An idea how kilometres an hour relates to proper speed, miles per hour. So he's probably bowling at about 80 miles an hour, somewhere around there. I'll just have a quick little conversion. Kilometres an hour to miles per hour. So Southey on average bowls around 77 miles per hour. If he can get to about 77 to 80 miles an hour. So it's about Ollie Robinson's speed. But Tim Southey does not have the benefit of Robinson in the fact that he's not about 6'4", 6'5", so can't really dabble it around as much, although he's still a relatively tall bloke, Tim Southey. We're just going to get his stats up here. He is 35 years of age. He is 191 compared to Ollie Robinson, who is 196. So he's got a little bit of extra oomph on him. 5 centimetres can make all the difference sometimes. And we have there go New Zealand today, yes. Says Reed, yeah, and they just want the rain to go away. If they can get the rain delay away from the ground, they will be very happy, I'm sure. But what we will quickly do is we'll go like this, and we will go like this as well, just because people will be confused about why I'm talking so much. Rain delay on day 4 is why we have been doing quite a bit of talking, but the rain looks like it is getting a little bit lighter. But he has taken almost 400 wickets with that pace. We don't need to forget that, says Cody. Exactly right, although you were saying that he needs to retire last night. You're saying he hasn't got it anymore. But the thing is, the beauty of cricket and the beauty of test match cricket is if you're not bowling the best on one day, like, you are still going to have a decent chance of being able to get those wickets on the next day. That's about 2 points, says Eric in there. I don't know, points was a reference of speed. Is that like, so what's 3 points then? Eric, is that 150? It's not like decent on woman, even if you didn't mean it. Tell you what, it would have been much worse if it was on International Women's Day. It's probably lucky we weren't streaming a couple of days ago. Or else that could have been real bad. They are just showing the replay of Kane Williamson. At least he didn't get run out in this match, but he was out for 17 in the first innings. And I'll be honest, the way that the first innings went for both of these sides, it didn't look like we were getting a day 4. And it almost didn't even look like we were getting a day 3. 3 points means it's your round. So here's Eric J. See, this is all the lingo that I will have to learn if I start going to the pub, which I probably won't, to be honest, but at least I will know. So Cummins is around that 138, so gets about 10 Ks more than Tim Southey, just as a reference. Let's go New Zealand. Been 31 years since we beat Australia at home in a test. And I'll be honest, if the rain wasn't around this first session, I have a really good feeling New Zealand could have been in the box seat, because the thing is, in that regard, what was I saying? I've already forgotten. But pretty much, if it was swinging early on, it would have been a very tough patch to bat in. And you'd have to argue that the last about 5 or 6 sessions of this test match have gone the way of New Zealand. They've taken wickets when it's mattered. They have also been able to tick over decent enough runs that have created some substantial gain in this test match. I've been even more annoyed. It was on International Women's Day. There's Simran, the target of 279. Why Doug Bracewell no longer considered hero of last win in Australia? Says coding. I mean, the thing is, like, history, you know, sometimes people get nice references about them. Other times, certain wins just seem to go under the radar because people do have quite short memories. They're just showing that ripper of a delivery that Cougar Lion received when Mitchell Starc was bowling in that first innings. He's going to review it. He, of course, had to review that one yesterday that he didn't hit, which was a bit interesting. The umpiring hasn't been the flashiest throughout this matchup so far. It seems like they have been getting quite a few of their decisions wrong. But it's just one of those ones that you got to take the good with the bad. And there will be some good moments, I'm sure, throughout this day. We are currently around 12 minutes into what would be the first session, but due to the rain delay, we do have to wait just that little bit longer, ladies and gentlemen, to see this match get started. We'll be keeping a close eye on it once they finish showing the highlights, which I think are still probably around 30 minutes. So we'll see whether or not we've got some sort of update that we can find online as well when it comes to when they will be starting. So we've got there's been a bit of rain around in Christchurch. The start of day 4 has been delayed. However, the weather forecast is not that gloomy, and we can expect the games to begin sooner rather than later. And that would stay tuned for more updates. Okay, so that was at 11:05 a.m. New Zealand time. So that was around 8 minutes ago, starting to clear here in Chicha. Tears Obi, yeah, it wasn't expected to be a lot of rain for today. Like in the original weather report, it was like 40% chance that we would see the rain. But yeah, it just seems to be that a little bit longer. Oh, I'm plummeted into the pad of Matt Henry. He actually batted pretty well yesterday. But yeah, I feel like New Zealand got themselves in a position, 279. Yes, it's possibly a little bit under what they would have liked in the original lead, but at the same time, they're in that scenario of, you know, it's a defendable total if they can take another quick wicket at the start of day 4. Because you're in that scenario of if they can get rid of Travis Head or they can get rid of Mitchell Marsh. I don't know who the bigger wicket is in this case. Some would say Marsh because he's been scoring a little bit quicker, but we know Travis Head, when it matters, that man can put on 100. We saw that happen in the ODI World Cup. There's just a little bit of a chance that Australia could get a 100-run partnership between these two from this point. So that would actually take them up to about 150. I believe they've already ticked over the 50-run partnership. And then you're in that scenario. Oh, sorry, they're on 43 runs as their partnership currently. But yeah, 150-run partnership between these two would almost seal the deal for the Aussies from here. But, of course, the beauty of Test match cricket is it only takes one wicket. It only takes one ball. and everything can change. New Zealand tailenders just throwing away their wickets, losing 4 wickets for 16 runs can be crucial if New Zealand loses. Says coding, it could be, but they just didn't seem to quite have an idea of what they wanted to do with that tail end. Because, like, everyone wanted to attack. Southey wanted to attack, Henry wanted to attack, Kugelheim wanted to attack, Phillip wanted to attack, and then Sears, he was the only one defending. But then at the other end, because they were 9 down, Kugelheim attacked. So I think that Phillips getting out just after that break really hurt New Zealand, gave Nathan Lyons a lot of confidence. I don't think we might see a bit of spin today. Depends on how desperate New Zealand do get to try and break through for that wicket, but I don't think it's a spinner's surface. Nathan Lyon having to work extremely hard to get his wickets that he got. I just showing New Zealand. 1 point in that first innings, they were 162 for 8. So both sides getting bowled out cheaply in the first sessions or first innings for themselves, but then firing back and massively changing this test match. For anyone wondering, in terms of where we were sitting, if anyone wants to try and spot us on the highlights, fun fact, on the NZC highlights on YouTube, you can actually see myself, but was there an edge there from Matt Henry in that first innings? It sounded like it. Yeah, they're going up for that first innings. But yeah, I was sitting pretty much from the Hills end. I was sitting at deep backward square leg. So the area where the ground staff go in and out, I was just to the left of that on screen. For the first day, we were pretty much right in the corner at the bottom of the embankment, about maybe 2 or 3 meters from the rail. Then the second day, we were around a little bit further that way, but we were down right in the front row. So we had good seats on both days. Right, we still haven't got any update in terms of what time the covers might be taken off of the pitch. Can you show pictures of you on the ground in a live stream? Probably not. I think that would get me in a little bit of trouble. Plus, I didn't really take that many, mainly because my phone is pretty bad at the moment, so it pretty much dies every 5 minutes. But I got the ball where Labuschagne got his 50 in terms of like a video of it. I got the first ball of the day, and then a couple other little bits and bobs of the ground. But yeah, overall not a huge amount of footage from the day. I really wanted to go there and just, I guess, enjoy the atmosphere rather than feeling like I had to be a vlogger. Although there was one guy around from us a little bit who was pretty much filming the whole game on a selfie stick. So he got in trouble about 4 times. Didn't get kicked out in the end, which he was probably quite lucky. But he got his selfie stick confiscated because it was against the terms and conditions. But yeah, it's interesting. I assume what they're going to do is the highlights of day 1 on the stream that we're watching on TVNZ Plus, and then maybe we get some sort of update in between, and then they do the highlights of day 2, and then perhaps day 3 as well. They've got plenty of time to be able to work with, so we are getting to see the extended highlights of the game. 20 minutes in to session number 1 theoretically at the moment, just the rain delay. The rain has stopped though, which is massively beneficial. New Zealand will want to get out there nice and early. Oh, okay, rain delay play to start at 12 p.m, ladies and gentlemen. So we have got an official start time. It is in 40 minutes time. So now that we know that, we can write it on the screen. Rain delay on day 1, and we will put there, play will resume at 12 p.m. local time. NZ local time, so that is going to be in 40 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen, is when we will see the first ball bowled of this day. Now, that is exciting, but it does also mean we got 40 minutes. So what we will probably more than likely do is we will end up having the stream still running, but I will not be here. I will just have it with the scoreboard. And we'll have the message across the bottom of the screen saying that it will be resuming in 40 minutes time. But that is good news. At least we're going to get to see some cricket throughout this opening session. And hopefully it is going to be very entertaining. But what we will do now, ladies and gentlemen, is we will pop away now that we have the official time that it is going to be starting. We'll have the scoreboard still up on the screen just like we normally would. We'll scroll down just a tad more. There we go. That about there. In fact, what we will do is we'll go here. There we go. And we will put that down the bottom. So we will see you all in about 40 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen, for ball number 1 of this day 4. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. The delay is just about over for this rain. The pitch is ready to go. It is still very overcast, which of course will mean that we are going to see a little bit of swing on offer for New Zealand. Nice and early. Matt Henry, one of the key members of this New Zealand bowling attack, alongside the youngster Ben Sears. I think a lot of people looking towards Tim Southee to be able to take a couple early wickets here. We know that Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh, both very capable batsmen, and they will want to bat time as well as getting those runs ticking over. I don't think either of them will look to score too slowly. Even Travis Head sitting on around that 17 off 30 something is slower than we are used to seeing him be able to score. But yeah, facing 39 deliveries, only having the 2 boundaries, whereas Mitchell Marsh, he's at 27 off 27, having the 4 fours already at this point. But we are very close to the start of this test match, ladies and gentlemen. Or Matt Henry saying earlier on in an interview that he liked the look of the cloud cover, and he's hoping that they will once again be able to use that to their advantage. Last night, New Zealand taking the 4 wickets, Australia scoring the 77 runs. So there is everything on the line here. 200 runs needed or so for the Australians. Kane Williamson's mum and also Tim Southee's mum, both actually doing the ringing of the bell here. Very nice touch by New Zealand cricket. We are very close to the first ball being bowled of day 4. We had to wait an hour, which I'm sure frustrated the players. They wanted to get back out there and get ready for what will be an exciting start to day number 4. But Mitchell Marsh, he had 44 minutes at the crease last night, scoring the 4 boundaries like I mentioned, getting 27 of 27. He is one of the keys for Australia. Another key is the man at the other end. As soon as Australia lose those 2 wickets, New Zealand get themselves in a pretty decent position. And, they've still got batters to come. They've got Alex Carey, they've got Mitchell Starc, Pat Cummins, Josh Hazel and Nathan Lyon. Just mentioned 31 years since New Zealand have been able to get themselves the victory. Off topic, the English lad who filled in for you while you were away, as he just do it for free kind of thing, says Naz Williams. So that is Tim, Rugby Itch. We have got a podcast together that we do 2 times a week. He was happy enough to come on and just have a bit of a chat. His stipulation is pretty much just give him a shout out, put the link to his channel in so that you guys can go show him some love as well. But yeah, he's more than happy to do it. He's come on for many post interviews in terms of games when they're finished. We're filming the podcast later on today. That was another reason why I was going to be up so early today, although of course a few hours time from when we are going to be filming it. Australia going to win this match easily, says Vernon, but the first ball, Matt Henry, is ready to go. New Zealand ready to go, and the first ball well played by Travis Head off the back foot, straight out to Will Young at cover. It's a dot ball to start off day 4. And also, sorry Tim, nice man, and got a good positive energy like yourself, says Naz Williams. And Dion Nash, my favourite bowler for New Zealand sides after the 1990s. And now the game starts, the wicket's coming. But it looks like a decent enough afternoon just starting here at Hagley Oval. Of course, earlier on we did see the rain, which was unfortunate. But the fact that the rain is now gone means that we should be all right for a good day's worth of play. We will put the scoreboard up. There we go. We are good to go. I like Dion Nash hairstyle. And that time, the 90s era looking nice. Says Vishal. A little bit of swing on offer for Matt Henry, but also more seam movement. And come on, Kiwis, bit of history. Says Naz Williams. It would be pretty cool if they were able to win this test match, seeing as I can be like the first one in 31 years that they won, I was actually at. Oh, that was a bit too close to cut. He's managed to get off the mark there, Travis Head. First run. Only 201 now required. Or 202, in fact, for the Australians to win this match. For New Zealand, they just need those 6 wickets. Sounds like a few. If they can get the momentum early, these two can knock 100 runs off in this session. If it was a 2-hour session, that is probably about 50 or 60 runs, with it being a shortened session. They may look to score slightly slower here for the sake of not losing the early wicket. We see Sears starting from the other end instead of Southee. Sears coding. I think they'll probably give it to Southey, to be honest, but there is a chance that Sears may actually find himself starting, seeing as he bowled so well last night. That might be part of the plan. Chuck him in there early, seeing as he's fresh. And while that ball's still doing a little bit, it's probably the better option. But with Southey being the captain, of course, he will have the first say. And if he feels like he is ready to bowl, he will probably bowl. And New Zealand just kind of have to trust that in their skipper and go, okay, we'll give him the ball. See how he gets on. But Matt Henry, oh, that one came back in as well. Getting a lot of seam movement early on in the day, Matt Henry. Exactly what they will want. Mitchell Marsh, he was using his feet quite a bit yesterday, so they did actually start bringing Tom Blundell up to the stumps. There was one that he got a real nasty knock on the thumb, though, when he was in close. The one ball remaining now for Matt Henry. He is 1 wicket away from a 10-wicket match. And he also, in that first innings, held the best figures ever for a New Zealand bowler up against an Australian attack. Working it to leg side, another single there to close out the over. Is 79 for 4. As my battery remain at 19%. Right now, in my phone is 4:30 a.m. Clock time right now. Says Michelle. So yeah, extremely early for yourself. Now the skies are blue, no chance of rain. Although there was a little tiny bit of drizzle yesterday when there was blue sky. So the good news is the clouds that had the rain seem to be going in the right direction. And we should see a result today. I don't see Australia scoring slow enough to not get to a point of either winning or getting bowled out. There is a chance that they look to bat it out longer if they have lost a few quick wickets. But Australia, I don't think, have that sort of mindset. They will know that they need to score runs to get this test match won. And it would actually mean that they need more than they were bowled out for in their first innings. But New Zealand doubling theirs and some for what they got in their first innings. So they'll know that it's doable here, the Australians. Australia already won the 2024 World Cup, says Vernon. Right, Tim Southey will be bowling. Brendan Julian's just asked the question in the commentary box. Would he have gone with Sears? Mark Richardson says, yes, half a chance it's dropped by Rachin Ravindra. First ball from Southey was a good one. Well, a good one for drawing out a chance of a wicket. But Rachin Ravindra puts the catch down. I don't even think it was that hard of a chance. Marsh hits it just straight to him. Two hands. You've got to take a catch like that in a test match where this is your chance to make history. Rachin Ravindra puts it down. Put down, says Eric, and also the laughing face on Vernon. Yeah, I think you were a little bit early, Eric's. If you can avoid the spoilers, would be ideal. But now Rachin Ravindra, not only that, they actually get the single. So Southey, that's the thing. Yes, people will say they should have started Ben Sears, but Southey could have had a wicket there. It should have been a wicket. But of course, it doesn't go down in the scorebook as so. How much will that cost New Zealand? Marnus Labuschagne, he was dropped, and then he was just a little bit later on. Great shot, but it goes straight out to the man at cover, and New Zealand take the early wicket. I thought Travis Head timed that to perfection, which he did. It just went straight to the man, and Southey gets the breakthrough. The partnership of 43, the skippers come in clutch, and he made the right decision. They don't drop Travis Head straight to him. Out to point. Will Young was not putting that one down, and Southey needed that for his confidence. They get the early wicket on day 4, New Zealand. Justice is very quick these days and few lucky, says Nuz Williams. But the thing is, Ravindra's got a smile on his face, but he will not be smiling if Marsh goes on to make the 100. They've got rid of Travis Head. The first ball that he faced at Tim Southey. This is not acceptable. So many drop catches. First from Mitchell, now from Ravindra. And I mean, Ravindra was taking some very good catches warming up out on the boundary earlier on day 3. They were given a few up in the air for him to try and catch her. I think it might have actually been day 2 as well. Like, he was taking one-handed screamers. But in the game, just the simple doesn't work. And sometimes that is due to pressure. Alex Carey is now going to be at the crease. Now, the first thing I would be doing if I was Alex Carey is not hitting the ball in the air. Because we've just seen Australia try 2 shots in the air and both of them had half a chance. do you spell Yahoo? I think it's like that, isn't it? Oh, well bowled. Yeah, straight to Will Young, who, oh, it only hit him on the about there, and luckily still went into the hands. Travis Head playing like it's D20, not giving respect to conditions, says Cody. Yeah, he needed to have a little bit more of a look, I would say, Travis Head. Ravindra is still nervous that he dropped Mitch Marsh. Alex Carey now on strike. Come on, New Zealand, field well here. Please don't miss a dolly catch in here. And Justice is very quick these days. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Marnus, oh, what a ball that is from Southey. Plenty of swing on offer early on in the day. They are just showing the loosener from Southey. Could have been hit to the boundary. And then the next one, it was probably still about the same, but slightly back of the length. Like I said, Ravindra's all smiles currently because they did get the wicket, but he'll still be extremely nervous. Alex Carey on strike, 2 balls he's faced. Oh, beautiful. From Tim Southey, angles it across him. Just talking about the first ball of a spell has often taken a wicket, and Southey could have found that. I take back my words saying Southey not bowling well. He is bowling so well today. Every day is not the same, says Cody. And that's test match cricket. Sometimes it's going to work for you, other times it's not. But Southey's come out today with a real plan of looking to attack just outside that off stump, trying to lure in the batsman into shots. But that is the end of a fantastic Southey over. 1 wicket, 1 run. And he has got the breakthrough. Ravindra goes over and apologises to him. We have got there streams during the day. Cheer brothers, says Marco. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing extremely well. Are you at work at the moment, Marco, or is it raining up your way? I know it's drizzly here, unfortunately, so not much work being done, but there was never going to be on a day like this where New Zealand are looking for their first win over Australia in 31 years. I think a lot of people were taking the day off work, that is for sure. Four wickets after this dismissal of one of these two. Stark, Cummins, Lyon, Hazelwood. That is a tale. I mean, we saw Hazelwood get a partnership of over 100 runs with Cam Green. These men can still bat. The sun is now out, so maybe that affects the swing just a tad, but I think Henry's more of the seam early on. That's come back in. Doesn't go through. You let Marsh off the hook at your peril, says Eric J. Exactly right. Mitchell Marsh could go on to make 150 here, and it would hurt them. Yes, theoretically, that wicket of Travis Head wouldn't have come had it been that Mitchell Marsh had been dismissed. So we have to wonder, like, that's the thing with cricket. There's always the what ifs. Because what if Mitchell Marsh went out and then Travis Head went on to make 150 himself? We don't know whether or not he was going to be playing in the air had it not been for that dismissal. It's off the outside edge. It's gone through the hand of Tim Southey. And that one will race away to the boundary 4-4. Marsh moves up to 33 off 33, so that's already cost them 4 runs. At this point, New Zealand's 1 wicket away from possibly winning the test. And that's what Australia want you to think. Unfortunately, though, we know by now not to underestimate this Australian tail. Because they are quite the batting unit, the Australians. Like, we even see Nathan Lyon putting together 40 runs. Hazelwood getting his all-time best in the last test match. Pat Cummins, he has got a couple 50s to his name, and he looks really, really defensively sound. It depends on how he attacks, though, in this game. But first of all, New Zealand, they have to get that wicket of Mitchell Marsh, and once again, the seam movement comes back in for Matty Henry, as they were calling him at the ground yesterday. And don't worry, Mitch Marsh scores only 45 runs, says Car Experience. So how many does Alex Carey get in that case, Car Experience? What are you thinking? Mitchell Stark, he is padded up. Don't think he'll be the next man out to the middle. I believe they will go with Pat Cummins. Oh, no, I think actually they will go with Stark next. Try and progress it a little bit more. Nice solid shot from Mitchell Marsh, just a punch out through cover, gets himself the single. 194 runs to win for the Australians, and as those singles are scored, slowly just keeps on ticking over. Once it's less than 100, that is when New Zealand will start to get very nervous. Definitely if they are still only 5 or 6 down at that point. Another 45 minutes remaining of this session, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Carey lacking runs in New Zealand conditions. In Wellington, he got 10 and 3. Hagley, he got 14 in the first innings. 15 is what he's going to get in the second from car experience, which would be his actually high score of the New Zealand series. Nicely bowled by Matt Henry. Just trying to seam it back in towards Alex Carey's pads. Crowd not quite as full as they were yesterday. In fact, I actually saw where I was sitting yesterday on that wide camera. I don't think they had that yesterday, though, in the same spot. I've seen 26.5 overs from New Zealand. Oh, the punch down the ground and nicely played by Alex Carey. I think, oh no, they'll just take the one. What's your prediction, Hamish? Who will win? I don't like making predictions in games like this because normally they are wrong. So, like, I could say I think Australia is going to win so that it's wrong, but, you know, you never know. That's very close to where we were situated yesterday. 193 is what is required. Lunchtime, 7 wickets gone. New Zealand would take that well and truly. Another 2 wickets from here would still make this their session. Even another 1 wicket. If Australia haven't scored a huge amount of runs, it would still be New Zealand sessions. 4 big runs, says Vernon. And that's the thing. Any runs are crucial here. Tim Southee is going to be bowling once again after getting himself the breakthrough. Charging into the crease. Great drive down the ground, and it's through the gap. I think you're ahead as well, Vernon. So if you can, I would really appreciate it if you don't end up spoiling the shots. Great shot there from Alex Carey. Little bit of swing still on offer for Tim Southee, but it was almost a half volley outside off stump, trying to lure him into driving. And in the end, just not quite able to get to that one. Scott Cougar line. Great shot from Alex Carey. And he does play his best cricket when he's being a little bit more aggressive at the crease. Still swing there, though. So while the ball is swinging for New Zealand, they have to make the most of it early. Well bowled by Tim Southee, that one. Bringing the length just a little bit shorter and also a little bit straighter. Come on, New Zealand, pump the Aussies. I'm a big fan of Ken Williamson. Says Khan, TVNZ is so much behind, 1 ball behind. Says Conan, they are, but they are the only broadcaster that we have in New Zealand, so we have to make do with what we've got. Unfortunately, if I was watching it on TV, it may be a little bit quicker, but I still think it is actually delayed on TV2. And that is TVTOO rather than TV2, the number. Some Southee. Oh, it was a little bit close to the outside edge. Brilliantly fielded by Glenn Phillips and Gully. Restricting the runs. Are only 189 required now. It's not over yet. Is this one day of normal cricket? Or normal cricket that takes a week, or a T20 match? I know nothing about cricket. So it is a 5-day test match. Marco, we are on day 4, which more than likely will be the last day. So I was actually at the ground for day 2 and 3. You would have loved some of the chants that the crowd was starting. A few of them were pretty brutal. You would have been right at home at the ground. But at that evening session last night, the crowd were really getting into it. Left alone outside off again. Did you watch the boxing? Parker beat Zhang. And Joseph beat Ngannou. Parker got knocked down twice by one. And the other one shows MMA fighters should stick to MMA. So here's the princess of thing. Anthony Joshua did what Tyson Fury should have. And that was sit Ngannou down multiple times. But unfortunately, it seems to be that Fury was more in it for the long haul. Wanted a good long fight and also just didn't throw enough, I don't think, in terms of power punches. Whereas Joshua just came out straight away. First bell, he was going bang and knocked him down in round 1, which kind of set the tone. We had a little bit of a fiddle at that one for Alex Carey. That'll be the end of the Southee over. In fact, we've got one more ball. And wow, and do people go every day to each game? They do. They interviewed a guy in the stand yesterday It was his 200th test match. So if he's been to every day of all those test matches that he's been to 1,000 days of cricket. Each day consisting of around 7.5 hours. That's a lot of hours that man has been to cricket. I think he said his first was back in 1960 that he watched. And hi, all in Hamish says, Robert, welcome in, mate. But yeah, I feel like Parker versus Joshua is close to the fight. That is once again another nice drive off the front foot. They will get the 2 runs. Will Young fields it nicely. It's a bit slippery out there at the moment. They did a thing yesterday, which was pretty much you could walk out onto the ground. I don't think they'll do that today, mainly because of the wet conditions underfoot. I feel like that would be risky, having so many people out there on the park. But end of the over, 92 for 5. So a long way to go, but Australia still know how to score runs each and every over, even when they're under pressure. But they are just showing New Zealand test wins in New Zealand, as well as test wins in general. So the last one was in 1993 in Auckland. New Zealand won by 5 wickets. In fact, there's only been 2 times that New Zealand have won by runs rather than wickets. Oh, awkward bounce of the ball there for Glenn Phillips. I think that was where the stump mic. Commentator saying about that man who watched 200 tests. What does he do? He enjoy, or he will be so rich. No need to work, just enjoy watching cricket, says Coding. I mean, it depends a little bit, because sometimes, he may have just worked very hard throughout his 30s and his 40s, or the earlier stages of his life, and then maybe, the summer of cricket, of course, is only about 10 test matches a year, so he works on the theory maybe that he spends the majority of his money going to the cricket. And it's like some people, they like cars, they buy cars. Some people like buying houses. I'm not really at that stage yet. I could buy like a mini house, like as in like one this big. But like he probably spends his spare money on going to the cricket and being able to travel and enjoy the game he loves. Mitchell Marsh now. Ready for this one? 34. Oh, that's at the pad. Matt Henry gets across, but it will be the single. They have to take any runs that are available. Averages 16 at Hagley Oval for Matt Henry. He's a fantastic bowler here. Spends a lot of his time, or used to spend a bit of time, playing for the Canterbury Kings. Back around the Christchurch region. Now just showing all of the dismissals. They've got a real short ball for Matt Henry. I want to see the replay like they've said. See what type of delivery it was. I'm sure they'll find the footage somewhere for that dismissal. Seems like that good length as well as that full length is where he finds the majority of his wickets. 0 from a Yorker, apparently. And then 6 from short deliveries are his other dismissals. Henry now, 2 balls remaining. Alex Carey has left that one alone outside off stump again. For Australia, they will know that this session is absolutely crucial. They cannot afford to lose their wickets early now. And good morning, Hamish. It's 5 a.m. here in India. And how are you? So yes, but I'm doing very well. Hope you are enjoying the morning start for the cricket. Keep them forwards coming, says Vernon. Once again, I think you are a little bit ahead, mate, because I have not seen that boundary yet. So be sure to try not to spoil it if you can. I know that you always talk about the Australians. Yeah, that's just lofted over the top of the gully region. And that will be 4. Was it Sonny Shaw, the fan? I can't remember what his name. It might have been. He's an Australian supporter anyway, and suddenly the sun is out. Great conditions to bat also, says Coding. And the fact that we're only on day 4 means that this pitch, to be honest, if you ride it out, if you get past that new ball, you can score runs. I think that's what we're going to see here for Australia. These two looking to show intent. 182 now to win. They've already scored 20 runs in the first 4 overs that they have faced, or 5 overs in fact it is now, but 4 runs and over means that it will be done before the end of the day. And New Zealand would not get a new ball in that case, which is exactly what Australia want. They don't want to face that new ball of the Kiwis, even though it would lead you a few extra runs. It's still one of those ones that's a greater risk than using the soft old ball. Tim Southey now, hit back down the ground from Mitchell Marsh. It was an almighty heave. They managed to get the 2 runs for it, although they might get back for 3. Yes, they will. Very good run in between the wickets. Is there any batsman after Kerry Hamish? They're will tail enders now. That's the thing. Mitchell Starc, Pat Cummins, Nathan Lyon, Josh Hazlewood. That is the supposedly tail for the Australians. Now, Starc can bat. We saw that earlier on in this test match. Cummins can bat. In the important moments, he's been able to step up and build big partnerships with the main batters. Hazlewood, he had a 100-run partnership, and Nathan Lyon has got a few runs throughout these New Zealand series. So that's per se their tail, but I would not call it a tail when you look at the skill. That was close to the outside edge. Alex Carey going with the drive, doesn't connect with it. Okay, the New Zealand fan seems to be a regular, always in camera shot for every other over. He's got a New Zealand flag, says JYD. So yeah, I think the guy that they were talking to was an Australian supporter. And we bat right down. The order Spartan says Peter Olin. Tell you what, Alex Carey could have been out at the non-striker's end. Had Tim Southey got a hand to that ball, would have been an awkward way to go. Southey, a little bit straighter with that one. Nice punch down the ground. Another single taken. Australia's tail wags. It certainly does. Almost more than any other side in international cricket. But the thing is as well, Australia have had a tendency at times, like they were very strong in the second innings, but at times the last wicket partnership for other sides is normally about 20 to 25 up against the Australians. New Zealand have that same kind of problem. Kerry is a specialist on unusual dismissals, says Raspberry Juice. It didn't make him a very popular man in the Ashes. That is for sure. Are the conditions now batter friendly or bowler friendly? I'll be honest, I think it's a little bit of both. This surface is one that we have seen. If you can get yourself in, that's not the shot though from Mitchell Marsh. They're still looking to score, the Australians, but the thing is, there's still enough swing and there's enough seam that gives the bowlers a little bit of something. But as a batter, if you just pick the line and you play your shot with confidence, I don't know how he has missed that one, Mitchell Marsh, but he wants to play aggressive. 37 off 40 balls. He wants to get a quick fire 100 here off maybe 120 and cut this down drastically. And we've got to remember, that would mean that they only need just over that 100 runs. If Alex Carey is scoring at the other end, advancing down the wicket now, Mitchell Marsh, trying to use his feet. Now, when they did that yesterday, it was actually Blundell who had to come up to the stumps. Can't even call Southey part of New Zealand tail, says JYD. I'll tell a little bit of a story about how I predicted Southey's wicket and I predicted the exact shot in the exact way that he would go out just from watching his training before the game. He was having a bat with one of the coaches. He was practicing certain shots. And right then and there, I told my dad he is going out playing a dabble to Alex Carey early on in his innings. And no one really believed me until it happened. And then they were like, okay, that was a bit weird. Even Ajaz Patel, he's probably off getting 10 wickets somewhere else and still not getting selected for New Zealand. But I think that because they've got their middle order who can bowl spin, such as Phillips, such as, Satner if he was there, but also they have got Ravindra. They've decided that they don't need a specialist spinner. And Marsh needs to settle down, put his head down and get 100, says Peter Nolan. Although sometimes he plays his best cricket when he is being aggressive. He doesn't like kind of drawing it out. He would much rather get the runs quickly, but that can also lead to wicket chances. And fourth innings pressure is very big. I don't think Aussie lower order will bat long. Says car experience. And best supporting actress, Oscar goes to Divine Joy. Says Eric, and New Zealand should win this test. This is the best chance, says Leicester. And their first time winning in 31 years if they can get the job done. Tim Southey. From one end, Matt Henry now bowling. from the other Ravindra shouldn't have dropped Marsh. He is scary now. He is. And yes, it's all well and good that they got Travis Head the very next ball, but Marsh was the one that they really needed to get rid of early. But then saying that, like, there are so many unknowns. And one of those unknowns is how far Travis Head would have gone in terms of the run scoring had it not been for Marsh being dropped. And Lyon plays every match, says JYD. He's had a lot of time in this attack. Nathan Lyon, some games he goes well, other games not so much. But the good news is for Australia, they always have wicket-taking options in their lineup. Henry, worked to the leg side by Alex Carey down towards short fine leg. They do get through for the single. As soon as that reaches 100 runs required, I'm going to be very nervous for both of these sides. And like I said, for New Zealand, they need to have them at least 7, if not 8 down at the stage that Australia need 100 runs. I mean, if Phillips takes a 5-er, I'm sure Patel would do okay. Says JYD, he would. But then you've also got to ask that question, can AJS Patel score as many runs as Glenn Phillips? Now, of course, Phillips, throughout this series, like he's had his good moments, he's had his bad moments. First innings, he got himself 2 off 8. Second innings, he got 16 off 46. So, bit of a lackluster one. And you'd probably say in terms of like runs, AJS Patel could have got that many throughout this test match. But I think in terms of that Phillips innings that we know can be coming, and also you got to ask the question, would he have taken that diving catch that Phillips took? Chuck Kugelheim out, I agree. I feel like he is definitely one that they could lose, but I don't think it's for another spinner in New Zealand conditions. When they go to India, absolutely. Because AJS Patel, I think, could be one of the keys in terms of that bowling attack. But in terms of in New Zealand, normally you only need one spinner. And they decided that they've got enough juice in their combo of Ravindra as well as Glenn Phillips that they don't need to have the specialist spinner in there. And Hagley would knock this Aussie tail over. So he has raspberry juice. And New Zealand should have in and outfield for Marsh just to prevent leaking boundaries. And Smoko Time Hammy, how we doing? Says it Spider-Man, doing very well. I'm just going to look up NZ versus Australia 1993 test match because I'm curious. Who was playing in that match? Gone in the air for Marsh. Does fall safely, and it will be another boundary. We have to get there, Smoko Time, Amy. But the series, whereas Australia won, New Zealand won by 5 wickets in the third test match. We saw Steve Waugh playing in that one. We saw Ken Rutherford batting for New Zealand. Saw Shane Warne taking wickets. Daniel Morrison. And also Deepak Patel taking a 5-for in that second innings for New Zealand. And Danny Morrison, so yeah, old school for the Kiwis. That is the end of the over. 31 overs gone and 106 for 5. Alex Carey, even his 13 off 19 is progressing this well for the Australians. They've had the first half an hour. They've managed to score themselves almost 30 runs. Danny Morrison, the most ducks, says Spider Mick. Yeah, it's not really a record that you want to hold, is it? But you know, Chris Martin was trying to catch him at one point, but I don't think he ever quite got there. Oh, Martin. Oh, yeah, there, Warnie told me to F off in that test, says JYD. Okay. I was surprised yesterday that Mitchell Starc, if it was old school days, he definitely would have told some of the crowd that was sitting near us to F off because they were being extremely annoying to Mitchell Starc. But yeah, they were also being pretty brutal on Tim Southee. So I'm glad he came out today and got the wicket early on of Travis Head. I feel like that was the confidence booster that he really needed. Chris Martin from Coldplay? Not quite, no. There's quite a few Chris Martins around, though. I think there's also Chris Brown is a vet, but also a singer. Or an artist. I think they get offended when you call them just singers. Now, Alex Carey on strike. Just told himself to watch the ball and he watches it and leaves it alone outside off stump. So theoretically, we're just going to do some very quick maths, ladies and gentlemen. We have got there, but we don't see this harsh behaviour of New Zealand fans. We only see kids offering player bats for autographs or that reporter. So he's going, yeah, you don't hear the chants that were at the ground, but like there were quite a few people getting kicked out. Definitely on day 2. Like some people were being pretty brutal. Apparently day 1, a couple guys got kicked out for indecent exposure and came back for the second day. All stuff that you don't hear about when watching it on the TV, but that one's gone through the cover. Alex Geary wanted 2. They will just get the one right. We're getting the calculator out. Nice work from Will Young to keep it at just the single. So Australia have got 106 divided by, we'll go 31, equals 3.4 and over. So theoretically, if they need 170 runs, we'll go with, divided by 3.4 equals 50 overs exactly. That's kind of fun, isn't it? The maths there. So 50 overs, which is less than we've got remaining in the day, ladies and gentlemen. Even with the delays, it means that it's only really a session and a half for the Australians to chase down the remaining runs. And we have got that amount of time left. Southey, oh, it's almost chopped on by Mitch Marsh. He smiles at Southey, who gives him a little bit of one back. Marsh knows there that that could have been his wicket. Charges down the wicket and hits his pad. That was the only thing that stopped him from hitting the wickets. Blundell couldn't believe it. Of course, Cam Green dismissed earlier on. If it wasn't you, Hamish, and decent exposure. No, I didn't do that. And Fish and Chips says the house. I did a lot of clapping yesterday and the day before, though. I think I was one of the only ones in our section of about 500 people that would actually clap when Australia scored runs. Everyone else well and truly in favour of New Zealand. So yeah, it was a bit of a weird day. And good morning, all says Bands and Blaze. Welcome in, mate, or afternoon almost. Hamish can't do that. He is decent. I think a lot of people who even aren't decent couldn't do that coding. 41 off 48 for Mitchell Marsh. Still 1 ball remaining here in the over. 172 runs required. Dan back to work. Come on, New Zealand, says Spider Mick. I remember De Silva scoring 100 for Auckland at Eden Park. Half the crowd ran on, shook his hand. Those were the days. Says JYD. Pitched up and solid there from Marsh, and behind it will be the end of the 30-second over. 107 for 5. Get Marsh out ASAP or it could be big trouble. Yeah. The fact that they dropped him on the first ball of Southey's bowling makes it very concerning. That was the drop from Rachin Ravindra. Now, luckily for him, he scored a few runs throughout this match already, so he's made up for it in some regards, but that one could be extremely costly as he makes his way towards a quick-fire 50. And Warner gone. Can we kick out Steve Smith now? So his house, and I mean, he has definitely underperformed in this New Zealand series, but then saying that, a majority of this Australian lineup have struggled. The run rate is currently 3.75. That's probably a better indication to go off. So we're going to whip our calculator back out, ladies and gentlemen. That is not an innuendo for anything as well, before anyone asks. So they've scored at 375. 172 divided by 3.75 is actually only 46 overs for them to get to the total runs required here. Ben Sears, though, coming into the bowling attack, 6 overs bowled in his first spell last night, picked up the 2 wickets of Labuschagne and Cam Green. If Marsh gets 150, we are finished. Says JYD. Oh, a little bit uppish. Bit of extra pop off the surface for Ben Sears. And most of the Aussie media saying Smith retire or stop playing for a player averaging 57 in Test cricket. Yeah, I mean, like, I'll be honest, he's not an opener. And that's not really that harsh, I don't think, in terms of his average as an opener. It's only 20 or somewhere around there, I think I saw. But like, he is a batsman that can be in the Australian lineup. He just needs to find where his spot is, and I believe his spot is still 4. And I think that Cam Green, they need to work out where he's going to be. My big thing here is Travis Head. Is he the player under the most pressure at the moment for his spot? Could you put Cam Green 5 and have a different opener? such as a Matty Renshaw or a Cam Bancroft. Someone else, though, that could take that spot. And then that takes the pressure off Smith. He can be back to number 4. He can be back to scoring his hundreds. Like Sears, he's doing well in his first ever test. He is. And he's a competitor. Ben Sears plays for Wellington and just goes out there and really just puts it on the line and shows effort. Something that a lot of people noticed throughout the T20s, that he was at least still trying throughout the whole match. And come on back to work. Or come on New Zealand. Said Spider Mech. And let me whip out my microscope. Sorry, says the house, but harsh. Had 2 years since Warney gone. RIP Andrew Simons and also Rod Marsh around that same time. Australia losing a lot of cricketing greats all in the same period. So it's just over a year since their last ball finish versus Sri Lanka with Williamson scrambled the single and Wagner hobbling the run. There's raspberry juice. It's been some great moments in cricket over the last few years. If New Zealand win this one up against Australia, it would certainly be one of them. Definitely if this youngster Sears or Matty Henry can take a couple more wickets. Oh yeah, that's a good ball from Ben Sears. We're just going to look here. Matt Henry, most wickets in a test match. Because he's already got 7 in this last innings. And then he got 2 already. Most wickets in a match. He's already got his new best match figures. Matt Henry. His most has been 7. And he's already on 9 with still another 5 wickets remaining. And Marsh has got so much luck today. But his luck will eventually come to an end as he is playing. Says coding. Outside off. Hit in the air from Mitch Marsh. Had a big slash at it, but there was no one back there. New Zealand fielding that one. Will Young keeps it to 3. There, can we get his dramatic finish again as that test match versus Sri Lanka a year ago? I don't think so. There's a chance that this one does go down to the wire, though, of course. Australia now only requiring 168, which sounds like a lot. Just to put that into perspective, that is more runs than New Zealand got in their first innings when they were bowled out. It is still about 2/3 of the runs that Australia got in their first innings when they were bowled out. And it's about half, or just under half, of what New Zealand were able to get in their second innings. But Ben Sears now to Alex Carey down the leg side. It's hit into the leg. It's hit him pretty hard for Alex Carey. They will get the single, but that would have been quite painful, I would think, coming off that calf region of Alex Carey. He's hiding it well, but there's a bit of a grimace there. Oh, no, now he's showing it. Showing James Tito, the roving reporter. We saw quite a bit of him yesterday. He actually set up to do an interview right at the end of the day, and it was about maybe 5 rows back from us. Sadly for him, though, a lot of wickets were falling for New Zealand. Oh, sorry, it wasn't quite at the end of the day, but at the end of New Zealand's innings, he was set up ready to interview someone. The camera was set, ready to go, but then because New Zealand lost the quick fire wickets, he never got to do his interview, and then had to just walk away pretty much. Do this reporter also speak Māori along with English? He certainly does. The roving reporter for this game at Hagley. There's also another guy, though, who's doing the ground entertainment, who I think he's pretty funny overall. I can't remember what his name is. It's going to annoy me that I can't remember it, but he's been keeping the crowd entertained all throughout the days. We don't actually hear him on the actual commentary, I don't believe. But we do get to see him every once in a while. It's just showing Mitch Marsh living dangerously, of course, dropped the first ball of Tim Southey's over. That was back when Marsh was on about 30. In fact, back when he was on about 20-something, I think 29 or somewhere around there was when he was dropped. He's already gone on to get an extra 15 or so runs from that point. Oh, work down the leg side. That'll be another run. And in fact, that's going to be another 4 for Alex Carey. He moves up to 19, which is already his best of this New Zealand series. New Zealand can't get too overconfident. They need a wicket and they need one soon. Or else, Australia, the closer they get to that 100 without losing another wicket, the more danger New Zealand will find themselves in. But there are late twists and turns, of course, that can happen in Test match cricket. Currently, Australia, they are $3.60 underdogs to go on to win this match We're only day 4 though, so the pitch is not doing enough. I wouldn't say to be extremely difficult. That's close though for Matt Henry, and he's got the LBW of Alex Carey. He looks like he's disappointed. I don't think he's got the inside edge. That one has seam back in. It's a delivery. They're going to go upstairs and have a look. They've got 2 reviews remaining. Surely. Says Pads Ablaze. The only thing that I believe saves him here is if it was an inside edge of Alex Carey, but I don't believe it was. Because it was given out means that it has to be missing completely. To be not out here. Great. Oh, that's gone back a long way. Clear gap between bat and pad. They're going to ultra edge just to check it. Has it gone too far down leg? I think this one's going to be umpire's call. Because I can see, hang on, is that Alex Carey's middle stump? Or is that his leg stump? If that's his leg stump, I think he's going to be out here, Alex Carey. I think it's going to be umpire's call. And that would be New Zealand's first wicket of Matt Henry of the day. And perhaps not the last. That will be his 10-wicket bag as well if this is out. They are just waiting patiently. Taking a long time. Matt Henry's nervous. He's gone really. Because he wants to see it as soon as possible. And it's missing down the leg side. It will be not out. It's a poor decision from the umpire. You can see why he gave it out, but they have had quite a rough test match, the 2 umpires. And not out, says Raspberry Juice. Missing, says Eric J. Once again, you did try and spoil it, though, so be sure to wait that little bit longer, please. Or else probably one of the moderators will end up timing you out for spoiling the action. And not out, says Raspberry Juice. I didn't see it, so I didn't know. Says Padsa. That one has gone a long way off the seam. Done too much. Alex Carey. Mitch Marsh. I think Mitch Marsh almost said not to review it. But Alex Carey said I have to. And that's a nice straight delivery from Matty Henry to follow up. Putting it on the stumps once more. That is Carey's lifeline, I guess you could say. But he would have been gutted if he saw the replay there and saw that it was missing by so much. I think Southey's just having a bit of a chat. Right. I think I just saw what Tim Southey said, and I don't think I can repeat it. Pretty much, though, if I was to say what I think I saw, which is all, of course, just hearsay, I think that he said something about being hopeless in terms of the umpires. I don't think it might have been about something else being hopeless, but he said effing hopeless is what I read on his lips. And that, to be honest, does describe the umpiring of this test match. They've had so many bad calls throughout it. They haven't been able to pick their nose at this point. And Alex Carey, last ball remaining to Matt Henry. Nice drive. Who got up in the Wales versus France game? France won that game by about 20-something points in the end, I believe it was. I just got a feeling no one, a bunch of 2 to 3 wickets coming with so much luck going to Australia, right? They are just now having the drinks break. So I would believe if that is the drinks break now, that means we've still got another 45 minutes remaining of this session, ladies and gentlemen. I believe they delayed the start by by the hour, which means they are going to try and make up a bit of ground. It's been an entertaining first 45 minutes, that is for sure. There's been a bit for both sides. We have also seen still a decent amount of runs being scored by the Australians, about 40 throughout the first 45 minutes, which theoretically means that another 160 minutes worth of batting Australia would have this total if they don't lose any more wickets. Now, for that to happen, of course, New Zealand, they would be pretty disappointed. They have to try and take another wicket before the end of this session. In fact, I would argue they have to take another 2 before the end of this session for them to have a chance to win this one. Australia is still considered the $3.60 underdogs in this test match. The first time in 31 years, New Zealand trying to walk away with a victory on New Zealand shores. The last time was in Auckland, I believe, way back in 1993. think there's a Rocky Marathon taking place on TVNZ by the looks of it. Of course, some interesting results in the boxing. Joseph Parker, the Kiwi, getting himself the victory. Doing very nicely. This partnership moving along very nicely too. 36 of 52 balls. It's actually a little bit of an underrated partnership, the way that these two have been able to progress forward. They faced about 9 overs worth, and they are going still at that 4 runs and over. Day 4 so far. That first catch dropped by Rachin Ravindra. But then the very next ball, Tim Southey managed to get the wicket of Travis Head. Of course, it is a crucial one that they dropped Mitch Marsh, seeing as he is still at the crease, but we don't know how many runs Travis Head would have got had it not been for Marsh's dismissal. Which decisions were poor apart from the Kiwi one. I mean, Cougar Lions one comes to mind, the one that he didn't get any bat on it whatsoever. The one that there was the inside edge from, who was it? I think it was Tom Lay. Oh, was it Latham? One of them got the inside edge onto his back leg. That wasn't given out. But there have been about maybe 5 or 6 throughout this test match that the umpires have had to reverse the on-field decision because they've got it wrong. And Best Original and Adapted Screenplay goes to Anatomy of the Fall. There's Eric J. 163 runs still required. Mitch Marsh back on strike here on 44. He's one shot away theoretically from a half century. It is short. It's in the air, but it is going to be pulled nicely. Just the 1 run scored. Scott Cougar Lions boy says Fluffy. His boy or the ball? Because, of course, we saw him play a pull shot that he didn't get any connection with, that he was given out. He then swiftly reviewed, see that it was going to be not out. Crowd starting to pile in quite nicely. The sun is nice at Hagley Oval. You wouldn't think that it had rained throughout the first hours. Legends of the Fall, got to mention too, says Fluffy. Now Henry down the leg side again, a little bit too straight and glanced beautifully by Alex Carey. He can score those every day of the week. 23 runs now. If New Zealand need to win, they got to get rid of Marsh. But Sears, in fact, it was rather than Matt Henry. Line a little bit too straight from Ben Sears. Definitely with coming over the wicket. And Vo Steiner says Eric J. Alex Carey moves up to 23. He hasn't scored a lot of runs. In fact, he's almost doubled what his previous best in New Zealand was. Great straight drive. He'll get another 2 runs here. Just working around the field, putting the pressure on Ben Sears. Fielded by Matt Henry. How many pounds in a Steiner? Says Fluffy. Scott Steiner used to weigh quite a few pounds, didn't he? Big Papa Pump, as they used to call him, which no one will understand what I'm saying in that regard. 156 to win for the Australians. So this has been a productive over. Already we've seen the 9 runs off it. In fact, sorry, the 7 runs off it, I believe it is. Here's another wicket here. Could be crucial for the youngster. 26 years of age, a little bit older than some people actually think he is. For Ben Sears. This partnership starting to build towards 50. I believe it's at about 40 at the moment. Just quickly get the exact number. Of course, there is still also the 4-day cup taking place in New Zealand. A few different games taking place around the country. Down in Alexandra, Otago taking on Canterbury was one of the talking points yesterday, mainly because, of course, being in Canterbury. This current partnership is 43 off 58. That is pretty much exactly what the partnership was in terms of the runs between Travis Head and Mitch Marsh when we first mentioned it. But if only 58 balls, progressing extremely well, these two. 1 ball left of the Ben Sears over. If he can pick up a wicket here, he will be ecstatic. That's a nice straight delivery. Well played by Alex Carey. 136 Ks for Sears. And it is going to be 100 and 23 for 5. And Friday Super Rugby, yes, says Reed. Yep, Super Rugby coming up this weekend. Also the deciding round of the Six Nations. There are currently 4 teams that can win that competition. Of course, though, the box seat is the Irish. If they manage to win their first game up against Scotland, all of those other teams have no chance of winning the Six Nations competition. A partnership of 43 of 58 deliveries. Seen 4 extras from New Zealand so far. The last thing they want to be doing is bowling any bounces for 5 wides or anything along those lines. Those runs could be absolutely crucial. Just the 1 wicket falling of today being Travis Head. New Zealand doing the hard work last night, picking up the 4 wickets, 2 for Sears, 2 for Henry. Crowd are coming in. Are the Aussies aware that the Teagle Cup needs to be refrigerated? Says Fluffy. I know they were giving out $400 worth of chicken at half time or in one of the breaks yesterday and the day prior. Adapted screenplay Oscar American Fiction. Says Eric J. Just talking about the kids who are taking the day off school to be able to watch this one. I know that my uncle, he was talking about it yesterday, considering taking the day off work so that he could go to the cricket. It is a shame that I, of course, had to come back after the 2 days rather than being able to watch this final deciding day of the test match. Nicely played again from Matt Henry. Simon Ella, good footy player. Says Fluffy there. Hey Matt, how you doing? Says Blazy. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing extremely well. I know there'll be a lot of nervous Aussies and a lot of nervous Kiwis watching this test match. The good news, in a way, is we're still a little way away from the result of this test match. We've got another 35 minutes remaining of this session. And we are straight back in for session number 2. Down the leg side, once again, they will take the sneaky single. Every run that is on offer, Australia will be taking. A nice cricket ball whack from, I don't know, only know league and rugby, says Marco. I mean, Mitch Marsh, he is actually a player that after the ODI series, they asked whether or not he was keeping an eye on the rugby, and he actually said that he was too soft to play rugby, and that's coming from a 6'6" man playing for the Australian cricket team. But I think the biggest thing you need to know, Johnny, is 5 good balls from New Zealand. They will win this test match. Australia, they still need 155 runs to win. And if New Zealand win it, it's the first time in 31 years that they have got themselves a victory in New Zealand over Australia. Stomach's starting to rumble a little bit. We are getting close to lunchtime. The hot chips at the ground were sensational, I thought. Well, they were good. They were just hot chips. But they filled the gap. When watching on, they also had chicken there, they had dumplings, they had all sorts available. I feel like I'm selling Hagley Oval. And anyone who is in Christchurch, I would highly recommend going down to watch the rest of this test match. The weather looks like it will be good. Definitely worth a watch. Could see history in the making. Or you could see the Australians once again get themselves another series win. And here go the Black Caps, all the way from the Waikato. Te Awamutu, says Blazy there. Just showing Alex Carey facing seam in the test match. Since 2023, it's been on that length, just short of a length. Going over the stumps, they will take on the 2 runs. Great run in between the wickets from the Australians. And bowls, wickets, runs, LBW. What do these even mean, says Marco. So it does take a little bit of time to work it out. Are you working currently, Marco? Like, are you at your work site or are you at home? Because if you're at home and you have TVNZ Plus, I would recommend giving it a look. Even if you don't know what's happening in the game, like it would still be, you'll be able to say to people who like cricket, you can be like, hey, I watched the first test match that New Zealand won, or you can be like, hey, I watched New Zealand lose. Once upon a time in Te Awamutu. Leave my bells alone, says Eric J. Looks like Scott Cougarline now. Me coming into the attack. His best figures are 2 for 75, so he's been quite expensive. And this could actually be make or break here because either this is going to be a lot of runs for the Australians. Mitchell Marsh loves going after the short ball. I think we will see a couple of those from Cougar Lion, but also when he gets that ball to swing, can be extremely dangerous, Cougar Lion, with the ball in hand. Like they've just said, he's not going to be the most economical bowler, but he has got the ability of getting that one good ball, and that's what they need to Mitchell Marsh. 140 Ks swinging into the stumps or swinging away. And your Ian Foster is from Te Awamutu Sports Rugby Club there. There's a few Super Rugby players from TAS Sports. A little bit of a loosener there for Cougar Lion. 132 Ks for that delivery. And that's there's Julie Irritable Bowel Syndrome. Says Eric in there. I said Cougar Lion. It's a little bit of a risk in terms of playing him because of the unpredictability, I think, is the best way. I'd like to be able to bowl at 132k loose. Me too. Well, yeah, banging it in a little bit more there, Cougar Lion. A bit of pop off this surface. It looks hard, but it does look like there's a bit of seam available. And that could also be because of early on in the day with that little bit of moisture. Probably led to the seam slightly coming outwards. 30 minutes remaining here. And Foster born in a milking shed, says Fluffy. Oh, it's hit the pad, but it is down leg. They will get the leg by. I think Cougar Lion to Alex Carey. That is going to be the battle. Mitch Marsh, of course. If he misses one, eventually they will get him out. But Alex Carey, I think, is the man that they need to dismiss here. And I know that sounds weird to say because Mitch Marsh is on 45 runs of 58 deliveries. But I think Alex Carey, if they can get rid of him, you at least cause a little bit of disruption as you then have a tailwinder. Same can be said about having Mitchell Starc coming to the crease for Mitch Marsh. But I just feel like Alex Carey's the one who's a little bit more susceptible at the moment. We saw early on Mitch Marsh had a couple lifelines. Alex Carey, he's had one when he was hit on the pad. Cougar Lion going to be coming around the wicket. Alex Carey enjoys a short ball. Be on a good length though from Cougar Lion banging it in. 134 Ks. Just talking about the angle in, trying to get you to play the ball. Anything too short and Alex Carey will have a crack at. Anything pitched up, you will have to try and defend. But that is the angle that they want, that coming in and slightly seaming away or jagging in off the surface. Create that LBW chance. Almost chopped on for Alex Carey. The inside edge goes down to Matty Henry at fine leg. Going to be another single taken. 151 runs now required to win almost under the 150 for the Australians. Such an important patch of this game. I will mention anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We have got Test match cricket coming up on the channel for these two sides in the future, as well as some of the short format stuff that will be taking place as well. A big weekend next weekend though with the Six Nations taking place. Also Super Rugby in full swing of things. Low and raspberries. So here's Eric J. Now Marsh back over the wicket for Cougar Lion. A run taken there. That will be the end of the over. Just the one run off it. So an economical one for the New Zealanders. Australia 128 for 5. I think Cougar Lion is playing like an all-rounder. Says Tony had a good knock for the Kiwis. Of course, a bit more expensive in that first innings and also didn't get many runs, got a golden duck in the first innings of this test match. If he can have a big one here and get a few wickets, it would be massively beneficial for New Zealand. Smith had another batting failure. Says Hanoi, at some point they've got to decide whether or not they want to put him back to 4. In that case, I think you've got to put Cam Green maybe 5. And then that would actually mean that maybe Travis Head's the player who misses out. But Yeah, they've got to make a big decision soon about where they actually want to have Steve Smith, because at the moment it's just not quite working out for them with him as an opener. Great ball from Ben Sears, pitched up full. Alex Carey went for the drive, but wasn't able to get it away. 134 Ks for Sears. Partnership of 48. Need to try and break this one before the end of the first session, which they have still got another, I believe, 27 minutes remaining of. Sessions have been slightly changed. Not sure what the second session is in terms of length. I don't know if it's going to be another hour and a half session or whether that is going to be the full 2 hours. Goes through the slip cordon, races away for 4. You'll take any runs you can get if you are Australia, even if they are off the outside edge. Carey moves into the 30s, and that is also the 50-run partnership for Australia. Can the Rebels beat the Reds this week in Melbourne? Ooh, I don't know. I think the Reds have been looking very good. If the Reds lose that game, it would be a big disappointment, I think, because of the work that they've done throughout their last 2 games. Like, yes, losing to the Highlanders and the Hurricanes in Golden Point time was pretty disappointing for them, but they still played some very good rugby throughout that game. The Chiefs, they were able to beat them in relatively comfortable fashion in the end. It's not quite a good game for the Chiefs. Down the leg side, Australia's a little bit too straight. Ben Sears, and it is another single now. Like they're saying, he's been shorter runs. He's actually almost tripled his previous best in this series. There we go. His best is 14, so he has doubled it at this point. How much do you follow New Zealand indoor cricket? I do not know. It's something that I feel like I'd like to watch at some stage. I just don't really know where to watch it, also enough about it, know what's really going on. Marshy's only 5 away from his 100, and 146 needed, says Eric J. It certainly is. Now, 2 balls remaining here. Just talking about how Mitchell Marsh should play, and I believe he is still one of those guys that needs... I'd say he needs to go at about 80 strike rate. Anything lower than that is normally when Mitch Marsh starts to find himself in a bit of trouble. Currently going around that 75. Just bringing the chance of getting him out. It's 146. See as fluffy it certainly is. 146 seems not much. See as annoying. It sounds like not too many, doesn't it? But, you know, you lose 1 or 2 wickets and all of a sudden things get interesting. For New Zealand, they're about 9 runs away, or in fact about 7 runs away from Australia being pretty much at the middle point of the run chase. They need a 279 in total. Pitched up from Sears, worked to the leg side from Marsh. This should be 2. No, they call no. Yes, no, now they go. And they do get through. I don't know who called the big no call. I think that might have been Mitch Marsh who wasn't too keen. Okay. I wouldn't know where to watch it either, to be honest, but my mate used to captain them, Peter Bocock. He played for Hamilton Boys High, pretty gun. Thea Blasey. And 146 is exactly 144 more than 2. That is a very fun fact. At the moment, 144 is now required for the Australians. So another 24 minutes remaining of this session. Current run rate is 4.14. So once again, we'll get our handy dandy calculator out. 4.14. So if we go here and we go calculator, Alex Carey going to be on strike. 144 divided by 4. We'll go 4.1. That's going to be a lot of runs though. Down the leg side. Yep, it is going to be buys. Nothing on it for Alex Carey. 35 overs remaining theoretically before we see Australia catch this total. Now that of course can change, but those extra 4 runs off that first ball, 140 divided by that 4.1 straight away takes a whole over off for the Australians. So who's good at cricket? My guess Australia, India, Sri Lanka, West Indies. Is New Zealand any good? How about England? So you've pretty much named almost the top 6, with the exception of maybe Pakistan being in there rather than maybe the West Indies or Sri Lanka. But yeah, normally it's India, Australia. They are the 2 main big dogs. And then New Zealand, England, Pakistan and whatnot normally come just behind, with some little moments from South Africa. Back up in hairstyle, Oscar, seriously, poor things. Says Eric J. And Uganda are a very good cricket team. Says a Fluffy. I think they're actually going to be playing in the T20 World Cup, aren't they? They've got themselves a chance just around the corner. I will mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We've got plenty more rugby and cricket both coming up in the near future. Does Cougar Lion play IPL? Don't think so. Don't think he got picked up. Should mention as well, for anyone who does want to watch it, we've got a GoPro helmet cam video. That is the pinned comment. That was when I was batting quite some time ago. Be sure to check that out. Nicely played by Alex Carey off the back foot. That is a beautiful punch. And that will be 4 more runs. The Cougar Lion first over went for 1. This one so far has gone for 8. Getting expensive here. And a lot of runs quickly. Need to leave the mud hut, says Marco. And production design. Poor things, says Eric J. And they rented out to the family, or to a family from Mumbai, says a Fluffy. Like they've said, boundaries start to hurt. What stage do New Zealand go for a slightly more attacking field, or sorry, a more defensive field? They've actually got a man at deep point. So that gives an easy single to Alex Carey if he wants it. 2 men deep on the leg side. They have to have some form of catches though. Oh yeah. Cougar Lion likes it. There was definitely a noise, says Cougar Lion. He thought it might have been a little bit. Oh, they've gone upstairs, New Zealand. Was there a glove from Alex Carey? Has he gone out in the same fashion as Tim Southey? Alex Carey thinks he's all right here. Are you still at your uncle's house? I am not. No, we are back in the small town. It's currently raining here, which luckily it is not at the cricket. The original decision is not out. There was a bit of a noise. So what is it going to be? Please no spoilers in the chat though, or else I won't be able to read it before it does take place. The ball is close to the bat. If he does get an edge, it is a very small one. But all it takes is a very small edge. Has he got to it? No, he hasn't. Nowhere near it. I'm not sure what the noise was, but it wasn't the bat on ball. New Zealand burn a review, and I believe now they have only got 1 more left. Cougar Lion was convinced that that was out. You wonder whether or not maybe that was more of desperation. They were certain. Raining here in Dunedin too, says D-Funk. Richard Hadley was pretty good. He was pretty handy. Old Sir Richard Hadley. Is New Zealand any good? Well, we're the best. Brendan McCullum the GOAT, says Blazy. Sampled banana beer in a mud hut in Uganda. Powerful stuff. What's on at Chemist Warehouse? Definitely a noise was the call from New Zealand, but it wasn't the noise that they were after. Now short ball beautifully pulled away by Alex Carey for the single. We have got there. Oh, was that good? That goat from the sacrifice they did to ensure a good harvest. And bloody Cougar Lion says JYD. Yeah, there's a clear gap of about that much between bat and ball. Mate, what are you talking about? Says Hanoi. Hello, JYD. Samoa can't even win a World Cup. Anything going down, says Blazy. So I should mention, Australia actually still have 2, and New Zealand still have 2. The ads, says JYD. We get quite a few Chemist Warehouse ads. Here in New Zealand, oh, big shot from Mitch Marsh. Gets it away to the boundary. That is a 12, in fact, about a 13. Yeah, 13 run over. And Mitch Marsh gets his half century. Very well batted by him. That's, sorry, a very loud clap. I didn't mean for it to be that loud. Sounds like something you'd say if you did a fart in a library. But 7 fours, 115 minutes at the crease. And Australia now to win only need another 131 runs. They took the early wicket of Travis Head Virach and Ravindra will be watching on, going, why did I drop him? We need a wicket, says Obi. Another great shot. Haha, from D-Funk. I'll be honest, I don't know where that statement came from. I almost made myself chuckle, which I mean, some would say is very sad. Others might say that it's because it was a good joke. You're asking about cricket. I'd love to see Samoa try. Our bowl use all out, says Blazing. Oh dear, says JYD. Ben Sears pitched up, beautiful drive, but it goes straight out to Will Young. Hamish, how do we all know this is you and not AI, says Gavin. That is a great question, Gavin. You don't, really. It's the best way of putting it. Imagine if I had an AI of myself. Wouldn't that be quite something? Last 90 balls, we have seen a run rate of 6.95. So just to put that into perspective, ladies and gentlemen, for Australia to score the remaining runs that they require, self-chuckling, not good for your sight, says Fluffy. Well, I am half blind, so that makes sense then. Ben Sears, nicely glided by Kerry. So if they continue scoring at the rate that they currently are, ladies and gentlemen, we'll say 6.5. We'll drop it down a little bit. It would mean that Australia would only need 20 more overs to be able to chase down the remaining runs. We've got another 15 minutes remaining of this session. Australia can cut it down to less than 100. Then they've got a very good chance of being able to get towards the next session being the last. You don't want your neighbour or Kiwi neighbours here. You clap. It's like I said, I was at the game, right? We were sitting round deep backwards square leg, and I was probably on an embankment, maybe 500 to 1,000 other people, and I could almost guarantee you, anytime Australia got a single, I was the only one that clapped. Everyone else dead silent. So I was a bit worried. I was like, geez, I'm going to seem Australian here if I keep clapping. So, yeah, when I wasn't clapping for singles, because I wanted to test it, no one else around. Is Vunipola, the fart world champ in the library. Says Blazier, not long now. And you can do 5 sports at the same time, 100% possible. Says Gavin. But then at the same time, I feel like that would be kind of weird, wouldn't it? I feel like you wouldn't get the authentic, experience per se. The worst thing is if the AI ends up being funnier than myself, then you guys will want to watch it rather than me. And you're saying weird, deep front side or back front side leg, huh? So pretty much square of the wicket. That's probably not even that easy either. Just out on the boundary rope, somewhere around there in the crowd. Plays up 2, says Obi. And any players in these teams with a name like Fa'alesi Solifalo? No. Did I just say a swear word, Marco? Hopefully not. Pitched up again from Sears, coming round the wicket to Alex Carey, who has moved up to 38 runs. 54 deliveries. Fantastic batsman, Alex Carey, and he's causing some problems here for the Kiwis. IPL in a couple of weeks, bro. Says Imran. Should be an exciting competition. And Bert sounds off by Vunipola. And so the Kiwi crowd wasn't supportive of the Aussie batters. Not at all. But then saying that, at times late in the day, Tim Southey got the most stick of any player, I think, throughout the day. In that final session, people were just yelling at him from the sideline. But then saying that they had been heavily drinking, so I feel like that wasn't a clear representation of the whole crowd. But they were saying some pretty brutal things. 40 overs down now, 148 for 5. Australia more than halfway towards the total that they are after. Cantabrians don't clap. Says Fluffy, they probably knew I was from out of town then when I was clapping everything. We have got the Obi. I hope you're well, brother. And England fans prepare for a whooping in July from the West Indies because we're coming for the clean sweep, you guys. Or coming to clean sweep, you guys. Says Imran. I know they have it, says Eric. There, Murphy Sewer. I was a New Zealand Samoan player, I think. Already we're seeing Mitch Marsh and Alex Carey bring up around a 68-run partnership. That is building far too much for New Zealand's liking. It looks like great batting conditions. Who's the gun players in New Zealand? Like the Stars, equivalent of Artie Will George. Ooh. So you probably go with Williams. Well, would you go with Williamson? I don't know what the best comparison would actually be. Like, there's some good players. There's a young, talented player in Ben Sears on debut. You could almost say that he is kind of the equivalent of Will Jordan, but that's a pretty bold statement. You're lucky to get a half-full beer in the head, says Robert. Right, they're talking about the field set. Kane Williamson about 3/4 of the way back. 2 men in the deep. In fact, 3 men in the deep. Seems like New Zealand are going to try some short stuff with Cougar Lion. See if they can get the wicket of Mitchell Marsh. But he has to get it right or else this could be an expensive tactic. Like I said, Mitch Marsh, he will go after it. And he does normally play it well. New Zealand have to try something different. We might even see Glenn Phillips get a bit of a bowl soon. Here comes Cougar Lion. Short ball ducks underneath it. Just wanted to have a look. 135 Ks. Maybe they thought, are you in an Aussie? 501 or Aussie criminal on the run, says Annoy. And Kane could be Artie's twin, says Fluffy. And right, interesting. Cheers, Annoy. I need to learn cricket or my passport might get forfeited, says Marco there. You could have your boy play a bit of cricket in the off-season, Marco, fun fact. Although he probably would rather not, but, you know, he might enjoy it. A line, another short ball. That's gone over the top. That's the risk. That's going to be either buys or wides. It is 4 buys. So the equivalent of a boundary has just been scored and no bat has touched ball. Oh, well. And, you know, the GOAT D-Mac at 10, Aaron Smith, the GOAT halfback, McCaw, the GOAT 7, Kieran Reid, GOAT 8, Brody Retallick, GOAT lock, Sam Whitelock, GOAT lock. Says Blazy, but yeah, too far down lead side from Scott Cougar Lion. I just said they need to bowl in the channel in the occasional short ball. I feel like New Zealand, their tactics going to be crucial here. If they get it right, they could buy the wicket. If they get it wrong, could cost them another 30 or so runs. There is only 10 minutes, though, before lunch. Another change of the field. Ben Sears coming across to the leg side. Which leaves a lot of gaps for Mitchell Marsh if Cougar Lion gets it in the wrong place. And he won't be pitching it up, although I think he's already had his 1 or 2 short balls for this over. That one is going to be right on the shoulder again. Has been called as the second short ball for the over. Maybe 32 overs remaining in this match, which I think we will actually get to see the remainder of it in the next session. That being if these two are still batting, I think that Australia will chase this down relatively comfortably. But if they can get a breakthrough wicket before the lunch break and maybe even pick up one more, New Zealand needed Australia to be 7 down to feel some sort of confidence heading into session number 2 of the day. And with the amount of time remaining, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are planning on covering the whole of the remainder of this test match. So if you are new, of course, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Another short ball that is strategically played by Mitchell Marsh. Was going to let it go. He ends up getting hit with it. They will come back for 2 runs. Good run in between the wickets for the Australians. It's a league bye, so they have actually not used the bat in this over and already scored 6 runs. Never worked out which was the greatest GOAT of all time, says Eric J. It's very hard to, though. It's even hard to in cricket because, of course, you've got bowlers and batters. The batters score the runs. The bowlers stop the other team from scoring the runs. So, you know, it's a tricky discussion. And then you've also got to decide test, spin, or seam. What type is better? That kid from Australia says Fluffy, and doesn't seem weird test cricket is on, but rugby has already started. It does a little bit. Like, our cricket season has now come to an end, seeing as, unfortunately, the game that I was away for, they did end up losing on Saturday. So that was the game that we needed to win to make it through to the next stage of the comp. So we are now knocked out. It's a bit of a shame, seeing as I didn't get a chance to play either of the last 2 games that we played, and both of them they lost by narrow margins. But a lot of the younger guys got the opportunity to play since I was away, which is always handy. Mitch Marsh on 51 off 68. Another short ball. Billy says Eric, is that the cat or the Billy someone? Trying to think of who Billy would. Daryl Gruff says Fluffy. Yeah, an interesting field for New Zealand. Cougar Lion has gone for the 10 runs, but off his bowling we have seen about maybe 18 runs in total, in fact 20 runs in total due to league buys and also regular buys. Don't go against the bowler, of course. And Goatless in Uganda, time to eat the dogs, maybe, says Marco. Another short ball, oh, just lets it hit him. There was no shot offered. I don't, oh! Okay, it's classed as a shot for Mitch Marsh because he tried to evade it slightly. The ball hit him and it's going to be 4 runs. That is a big one. I didn't think they'd actually class that as a shot. And today, or isn't today your Mad Monday for the cricket team? Mad Monday. What is Mad Monday, Hanoi? Mad Monday. Not too sure. Okay, we just heard one of the fellas who's going for the wheelchair cricket, I believe it is. Yeah, because he's taken evasive action, it counts as runs rather than just letting it hit him. Now, it's hit him in the back, so it's probably the most brutal 4 runs that we will see scored today. But yeah, the guy on the commentary, James Tito, he was interviewing, beautifully played by Alex Carey. He didn't mean to. He tried to leave it, but it's ended up hitting his bat, and they will get the 4 runs there for Australia again. But yeah, he said it was an effing beautiful day, and then said sorry for the language. Now, Tim Southey has to make a decision. Australia are still considered underdogs, ladies and gentlemen. $3.25, although that is slowly changing more and more as they are scoring the extra runs. Like this, we might actually... Oh, okay. I found a way of watching the game a little bit closer to live, ladies and gentlemen, on the TAB. My son does play cricket. It's boring as mate. Takes 3.5 hours every Friday. Nope, too long for me not watching. If that, send me wife to the support him. I'm waiting for his footy season, says Marco. But at least you let him play cricket. Like a lot of a shot, beautifully punched through the gap. And it's very well done by Alex Carey. Back-to-back boundaries. And what we're going to do is we're going to watch it on the TAB because that is actually more ahead. We're going to make that a bigger screen. Go. That way we're a little bit closer to live, which will mean that we will have less delay. Okay, Australia are actually $1.93. Underdogs still, but only just. Ben Sears, 3 balls remaining in his over. Outside off stump left alone by Alex Carey. International feature film, The Zone of Interest. Perfect description, Marco. Says Fluffy, but yeah, I've known a lot of stories of kids who, because their parents don't like the sport that their kid is playing, they won't let them play it. Which, it's good to see that even if you don't enjoy watching it, you still let them play it. Like, because that's more than a lot of people do. 111 runs to win here for the Australians currently. Carey on 48 off 59. He's had an immaculate innings. Could have been out, but he decided to review it and was not out. Beautifully played again. This could be 2. Are they going to take it on? Yes, they do. Brilliantly batted by Alex Carey. That will be the 50 runs for him. He's actually almost caught up with Mitch Marsh. We're going to remember Alex Carey was actually at the crease only today, whereas Mitch Marsh was already on 27 runs, but this has been a sensational innings from Alex Carey. Crowd well and truly getting behind him now. What was the ticket cost to get into the ground? So it was $40 a day, which is... that's the thing. For test match cricket, I feel like that's reasonable because you do get to be there for the whole day. Of course, you've got to pay for food as well, which is slightly unfortunate. But the food prices wasn't too bad. Like, you get a bottle of chips for $5, which is probably about stock standard. But yeah, $40 to get about 8 hours of entertainment. Like $5 an hour, that's pretty decent. That's going to be the end of the over. Australia moving up to 170. They need a breakthrough soon, New Zealand. I've got another 3 minutes remaining of this session. Australia's starting to crush some of the dreams that New Zealand did have, but I feel like there's still a couple later turns in this game. Right, Glenn Phillips comes into the bowling attack. These two, their partnership building very nicely. Oporirua Says Annoy, could buy a house in Te Awamutu for $40. That said, a lot of runs in the last 4 overs alone. 90-run partnership. And 100 balls. So they've got 90 runs. They're pretty much scoring at 5.5 and over. A little bit lower than that, but it's not looking as good. 2 overs bowled by Glenn Phillips. He's gone for the 4 runs. This is the breakthrough that the Kiwis need. Southey will know it. Glenn Phillips will know it. I wish in the hood, 500k. And Upuriroa should be condemned. National Rubbish tip that area, and Australia have the game. Says Vernon, they're in the box seat at the moment, and they are almost considered as favourites. In fact, they are. For the first time in a long time, Australia have just drifted into the favourites margin. Glenn Phillips bowling, he's got a first slip and a bat pad. Outside of off stump, Mitch Marsh moves right across. Take LBW out of the equation for hit outside the line. Australia win, says Detective Roy. In there, and also as Marsh, good against spin. He's not bad, but at times, I feel like on the surface, we haven't seen enough spin to really know how it's going to react. We saw Nathan Lyon get quite a bit of turn on his delivery. Mitch Marsh advance. It's an outside edge, and it's going to race away for another 4 runs. Well bowled by Glenn Phillips, but unfortunately they didn't have the slip cord and completely stacked, I guess you could say there. The outside edge goes wide of the man at first slip. Now I should mention, I believe this session is going to be ending in only a couple minutes time. Then we will have a 40-minute break, and then we are back for session number 2, which I strongly believe will be the last session of this test match. And if not, we have still got, of course, the last session of the day. And TA all day, you can stay in your smelling talent. We ain't selling you, or selling to you bums, says Blazy. Oh, that's close. That is very close. Erasmus says no. New Zealand liked it. It hit Marsh on the full. I don't think that's going down leg, is the comment from Glenn Phillips. They've got 2 reviews. It's Mitchell Marsh. They have to. Do it, Tim. He's done it. They've decided to go upstairs. This is the chance for New Zealand to get the breakthrough. Now, there's a lot of factors here. With the fact that it's hit him on the full, it is extremely hard to know if it's going to be out or not. Because what's it going to do off the bounce? Spin vision's probably a little bit trickier to get working here. Great comment, good commentary. Says Detective, thank you very much. Right, it's pitched up. Has it hit him in line? Oh, tell you what, I think it has. But I also think that his bat is extremely close to hitting. I think he's hit his toe there, Mitch Marsh, rather than the ball. We have got there, so the players are going to have a session. Well, now this is my kind of sport, says Marco. They should bowl Cougar line to get the Aussies closer to the target. Brutal, but true. Yeah, it's been expensive. Oh, Cougar line. And the thing is, his figures aren't that bad because most of the runs have been buys. I think he's gone for 4 so far, and then also the league buys. Included, so yeah, about 4 boundaries worth of buys and league buys that we've seen from Scott Cougar line in his last few overs. They are just waiting for Ultra Edge. Crowd waiting in anticipation for this one. So 105 runs to win, so a 6-wicket falling for Australia would change this game drastically. They are still waiting. Crowd is starting to clap because they want to see the wicket. It's going to take ages by the looks of it to get this Ultra Edge up. Ravindra's saying, don't worry about it, mate. Just keep on waiting. You're going to be all right. Here we go. Ultra Edge. He's got a little inside edge on it, Mitch Marsh. Oh, or is it him hitting his shoe? See, oh, that's close. The problem that I've got is I think he hits his shoe, which makes a noise, but that could also be considered as the ball hitting the bat. But I think there's a gap between bat and ball. Yeah, there's a gap there. I think that the noise is when the shoe hits the bat or the bat hits the shoe. He has bat on ball. The ball is at the bat. That is a big call, but like said, hard to tell, says Anois. The slightest bit of bat. I actually think that might have been the bat hitting the shoe. I think Brendan Julian was nervous. And it's another review gone for New Zealand. That's the worst thing about it. I would have loved to see where this ball was going, though, in terms of whether it would have gone down leg. I don't think they'll do the ultra edge or the ball tracking. Daryl Mitchell thought it was out. He was giving it straight away, but just the smallest of inside edges, that was probably outlaw, says Annoy. And Chris Gow and Shane Warne, famous cricket, nice fellas, says Marco. And damn the cricket TMOs, says Marco. That could be a big call, and New Zealand losing that review may be even bigger for them. Still 105. Good ball from Phillips, well defended by Mitch Marsh. So has 2 balls remaining to get into lunch. And TMOs, is it a South African in the commentary box? It was an Englishman in the TMO box. Captain's challenge. So it was they went upstairs, which is pretty much the equivalent of a captain's challenge. Uses his feet. Mitch Marsh, what's for lunch break, Amos? Not actually sure. So not out, says Blue Ketchup. It is not out in this case. But yeah, I'm not actually sure what I'm going to have for lunch. Probably a banana, I guess. Last ball of the session. Can Phillips get the breakthrough that they require? No, he cannot. And that'll be the end of the session. A brilliant one for the Australians, bringing up almost 100 runs throughout it. New Zealand taking the early wicket. 19 overs of the session. They managed to score 97 runs. Run rate of over 5, which means New Zealand theoretically have only got 21 overs remaining that they need to get these wickets, or else they will be in trouble. But Alex Carey brings up the 50. Mitch Marsh bringing up 55 lunch break. Says Blue Ketchup. So yeah, they have got a 40-minute gap now between now and the next session. We'll be back for session 2 at, it will be, I believe, 2:15 p.m. NZ time. There we go. We'll put that down the bottom. Just like that. There we go. Back for session 2. 2:15 New Zealand time. Do you like banana on toast with peanut butter on top or Nutella? I've never actually tried it, believe it or not. New Zealand bowlers, they kept it tight for a start. Southey picking up the 1 wicket that we have seen, but Kugelheim was expensive. Sears was a bit expensive. Sounds like a sus meal for zesty characters, says Marco. As Phillips bowled, yeah, he just bowled there. They did burn a review. And thanks, sir, says Detective. No worries at all. We are going to be right back for the next session in 40 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen. So the live stream, it will still remain running. It's just that you will not see my face for around 40 or so minutes. We'll put that there like that. And yeah, we will see you all in around 40 minutes time for the second session to get underway. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for session number 2 of the 4th day. Now, this theoretically will be the last session. Even if Australia are slightly short of the runs, I would assume that this session will be extended. So the big question mark is now, can Australia get their 105 runs to win? Or can Australia lose those 5 wickets quickly, giving New Zealand the victory in this contest? But I am very excited. Like I've mentioned, the next hour, absolutely crucial. New Zealand throughout this next 60 minutes probably need 2 or 3 wickets at least to feel like they're confident. Tim Southee, the first man who will be bowling. Captain stepping up. He did manage to pick up the wicket early on the day. Travis Head, the man who was dismissed, but Mitch Marsh dropped first ball of Tim Southee's spell. Is there a category for the most annoying YouTube chatterer? Says Fluffy. That is a good question. I mean, I have a list, but no, I don't have a list that I tell you about. Now Alex Carey, sitting on 50, not out. He had a fantastic first session of the day. And one was coming back in quite nicely for Southee, but a swing on offer. Up to 94 runs now, this partnership between these two. They've been scoring at around 5.5 per over, which does mean theoretically this run rate or these runs will be chased down from probably the next 20 or so overs if New Zealand aren't able to break this partnership between Marsh and Alex Carey. And the trickier part is you don't just need one of these two men out. There's another man just around the corner. Mitchell Starc can hit a long ball. Cummins as well is still there. And then Lyon and Hazelwood, the last two. Nicely played off the back foot for Alex Carey. Now, they did give Glenn Phillips an over from the other end just before the break. I'd like to see him continue. I think he was threatening almost getting that wicket of Mitch Marsh. And let's go New Zealand. See, there's a Marco Vunipola there. 105 runs, still quite a few that the Australians will be requiring. They've lost the 5 wickets. They're more than halfway there, and they are considered as favourites now for this matchup. They're showing Matt Henry. He is 1 wicket away from his 10-wicket match. Pitched up again by Southee. Well defended by Alex Carey. Australia will know that they've got the capabilities of scoring all these runs in just one session, but the ability to be able to do so is heavily reliant on how many wickets they have up their sleeve, because that allows them to play just that little bit more freely. Henry just keeping the talk loud in the field. Do the Aussies get to eat the Teagle Cup? I wouldn't eat it, I don't think, mainly because it's probably not that edible. But definitely heat it. Make sure that the middle reaches a certain temperature. Nicely hit out through cover. Oh, wanted the 2 there, Alex Carey. Good throw from the deep, and now they'll take the second. It does actually hit the stumps. That will annoy New Zealand. Taking the extra run that was available, though, for Australia. Craig McMillan thought that it was maybe off the bat rather than off the stump. Similar to the ODI World Cup between New Zealand and England in the final. Beautiful drive. They have got the man in the deep, though, to try and cut down on the boundaries. Australia were scoring them freely throughout the last session. That is the end of the first over. 177 for 5. That takes it down to only 102 runs now required. Just about under that 3 figures. And as soon as it gets to double figures, that is when the trouble starts for New Zealand. And that is when they need their breakthrough. They honestly needed the breakthrough about 70 runs ago. This partnership between these two now up to 97 of 112. A little boy, the Danny DeVito. Says Fluffy. And cinematography, Oppenheimer. Says Eric J. I assume there's some sort of award show on, is there, Eric? Because like you've mentioned about 50 in a row about certain like awards and whatnot, and I've had no idea what you're talking about. But now I feel like I'm starting to understand there's something on, isn't there? Like the Oscars or the, I don't know what else it would be. The Emmys, is that a thing? The Emmys is music, is it? Or one of them. Right, Southee and Glenn Phillips will be the combo. Going to be saving Matt Henry for maybe a little bit later 53 though on the board for Alex Carey. Glenn Phillips. Looks like he's going to be going round the wicket here to the left-hander, trying to get it to angle way off the seam. Bit of spin was on offer. Nathan Lyon when he was bowling yesterday. Phillips well bowled outside off stump. Straight out to cover. Live in an HD. And Oscar the Grouches says it fluffy. Theoretically for Australia, this is 20 boundaries away from them being extremely close. Even 15 boundaries with a few sneaky singles will get them a long way towards a reverse sweep from Alex Carey. That is a big risk to not get a single run for it. And we saw Daryl Mitchell take that risk in the second innings for New Zealand. And he ended up pretty much chipping it straight to Steve Smith. Wasn't quite able to rein in on the catching charts, but I've never been one who has understood the reverse sweep when there is a man there blocking it, because at best you're getting a single. Unless you absolutely time it perfectly, you're better off just slashing through the line, trying to hit it out through cover point. Or extra cover as well. They're just showing his dismissal. It was actually in the first innings of Phillips bowling that Alex Carey tried a ramp shot and did end up getting caught. So the fact that he would go back to it, of course, he does have it ingrained in his style. That reverse sweep, he scored a lot of runs off it. Now Phillips 3 balls off his over so far. Well pitched up and well defended by Alex Carey. And Australia don't have to rush this. At the end of the day, they have still got a whole other day coming after this, day 5. Of course, if they are within maybe about 30 runs, they'd probably extend the session or extend the day per se, but they only need the 100 runs, which they should have a majority of before the end of this session. Big full toss from Glenn Phillips. Hit down the ground for 1. Required run rate for the Australians is sitting less than 1 per over for the entirety of the rest of this test match. Mitch Marsh on strike. Of course, he was almost LBW'd just before the break. Managed to get a tad of bat on it. We're hearing Craig McMillan say, surely New Zealand have this. They were 34 for 4. Can the Aussies once again dig deep? Nicely played by Mitch Marsh. In behind it. Solid defence. And that'll be the end of the 45th over. 1 run off the Phillips over. And it is 102. Well, now 101 runs required. Last 11 test results. We have seen Australia win a total of 10. The last match that was drawn between New Zealand and Australia in New Zealand was actually 2005. Of course, that most recent one happening in Wellington, Australia were able to win it by 172 runs, which gives them the opportunity to win the series here. Now, if New Zealand win this match, the draw is an extremely thin chance of happening. The only way I think we get a draw here is if Australia need 1 run to win and they end up getting the last wicket for New Zealand. But the chances of that happening, of course, are extremely slim. But this would make it a drawn series if New Zealand can win it, and their first win on New Zealand soil in 31 years. Here comes Tim Southee, the skipper. Can he pick up the crucial wicket? Alex Carey thought about taking the quick single. Would have been an extremely tight one. Marsh, he's quick between the wickets, but maybe not quite that quick. Australia haven't been in New Zealand at Eden Park for 700 years, though. All that matters. So here's Fluffy. I assume you are talking, like, is it test match cricket? Or are you talking, like, rugby? Because, of course, T20-wise, Australia beating New Zealand only about a month ago at Eden Park. And I think they beat them twice in a row, including bowling New Zealand out very cheaply to win by about 50 or so runs. Outside off, slashes at that one, but doesn't get the timing of it. Sits up for Phillips. Wugby says a Fluffy. And Tim Southee, the skipper. To be fair, you're not a mile off in terms of the spelling of what I said. Some of the commentators call him Southie, which might make it a bit easier for the spelling, but yeah, Southie works. You're learning, Marco. You're going to be a cricket expert before you know it, and all of a sudden you'll be going to the cricket, watching it with your son. Well, your kind of son, isn't he? Alex Carey, 54 at the moment, of 75 deliveries. Mitch Marsh, 55 of 77. So these two men having extremely similar innings. I call him Dim Norvey, says Fluffy. This is a bit different than Tim Southee, isn't it? 101 to win. 2 would get them under the 100 mark. Southee, a wicket here, would get New Zealand back in the fight. Off the outside edge. Goes through the gap. Goes for just the single. Little bit of a fumble there from Will Young. End up turning into a cricket, says Marco. The thing is, a lot of people do find cricket like not fun to watch, but then once you really understand it, like once you've watched quite a few games and you start to get the hang of it and what's kind of happening and why it's happening, it does draw you in. Like test match cricket, 6 hours a day of cricketing action, 6.5 in fact normally, but you know, you just end up getting drawn into it, even if you're just popping in every once in a while and having a look, see what the score is. You just leave it running on the TV all day, or next to the editing software is normally what I do. Back foot punch from Mitch Marsh, actually advancing down the ground to Southee. Never, says Fluffy, is 1:30 a.m. too early for an ice cream? It is not by any means of the word. I would say, if anything, it's the perfect time for an ice cream because every hour within the 24-hour cycle is the perfect time for an ice cream. Got 8 wickets. The Basin Reserve, Matt Henry, currently sitting on 9 wickets taken here. 7 for 67, some impressive. I'd watched female bikini cricket if that were a thing, says Marco. I don't believe it is. I mean, you could ask the New Zealand Cricket Board if that's something that's coming soon, but they might get angry at you. To win 100 runs now. Left and required, and that is now a single for Mitch Marsh to close out the over. That is the 100-run partnership between these two. Some brilliant batting on both accords. Actually extremely even when it comes to the way that this partnership has built, I should say, rather than builded. And cricket is relaxing. It is, you know, like going to the game, I noticed, though, it's actually very hard to see where the ball is. We were worried it was going to get hit in the air towards us and we wouldn't see it and just get smacked with it. But we're seeing 20 extras from New Zealand. You wouldn't want to watch the Otago women's team playing in bikinis, says Fluffy, but 55 for Alex Carey in the partnership compared to the 27 of Mitchell Marsh. Yeah, it's one of those sports that can go from relaxing to extremely stressful in just one ball. And I think we're going to find that later on. Definitely if we see a couple wickets falling for New Zealand and this one going right down to the wire, that is when the nervousness starts. 99 required to win. Glenn Phillips advancing down the wicket. Mitch Marsh beautifully fielded by Kane Williamson, the skipper, getting down to it. About female bikini Kitty Marco, KFC sponsored. Great fielding from Kane Williamson. He's given it an almighty rip at the moment. Glenn Phillips. Dick and chips. There's the house. Interesting. I guess it's a change from fish, isn't it? Onaji. Here's Marco. Sweep shot. Oh! That was very close to him hitting that, and I don't know how that's missed the stumps because it has turned. I think it also bounced, though, as relaxing as acupuncture with 9-inch nails. Says Fluffy. But yeah, lap shot. I think it's almost hit him in the head. There, Mitchell Marsh with the steep bounce. Oh no, it's just missed him. Does he try now? He's sensible. Aravindra is smiling at his drop catch. Probably not. I don't think. I think he'll be pretty disappointed with that catch going down. The thing is, though, I said it at the time, like, yes, it's a crucial drop, but we don't know what Travis Head would have done if he was still in the middle, if that makes sense. Like, there's still a lot of unknowns, but yes, he should have taken that catch, and it will be weighing on him quite a bit. Ooh, that one, outside edge of Mitchell Marsh. They've said about a quick outfield. It's not, though. It's actually quite slow, so it is going to pull up. And they will keep it to 3 runs. 96 now required for the Australians. Mitch Marsh just trying to be aggressive here. Walking down the wicket. That brings stumping into play. The ball well enough at the moment, Mitch Marsh, that he doesn't have to worry about that as long as he's getting bat on ball. Comes Alex Carey on strike again, sitting on 55 runs, not out. His best of the series by far. Oi, that was close. You're getting all the sound effects with it as well. Nicely placed outside of the off stump from Glenn Phillips, trying to cut it away was Carey. If he made connection, probably going to be the boundary, but did end up missing achievement and sound, the zone of interest. So here's Eric J, but Phillips disappointed. Very close there, finding that outside edge. Last ball of his over. Pitched up. And it is fielded by New Zealand. A little bit scrappy, but they do get through. And that is going to be 183 for 5. Now still 96 runs required. So we're seeing 3 overs bowled so far in this new session. I've only seen the 9 runs scored, I believe. In fact, no, the 7 runs. To be exact, I'm the only one in my circle that watches cricket. No one else does, says the Prince. It's a little bit the same for myself. Like, in terms of my friends and the other Kiwi lads, George doesn't watch cricket. He hates it. Just can't get into it. He says it takes too long. Isaac doesn't watch cricket. Daniel doesn't watch cricket, so it's just me. But luckily my family watch cricket, so that makes it a bit better. Because then I can still, you know, we went to the game. We went to day 2 and 3 of this test match over the weekend. So the crowd, they want something to cheer about in New Zealand. I haven't really given them that in the last maybe 100 runs or so with this partnership. Oh, George, my mans. I see a thing with this tail, or this tall as South African cricket bloke, tall as, skinny as, South African as. Do you know him? That will be Marco Jansen, I believe. I said that with a very American accent, but yeah, Marco Jansen. Shot from Marsh, slashes it away. It's going to race to the boundary. Brilliant shot from Mitch Marsh. Moves up to 63 runs now. Do you think some will break Brian Lat? Or someone will break Brian Lara's record? For an innings, I don't think so. Like, he got 500 not out in a first-class cricket game. And I know that because on Cricket 19 a wee while ago, or Cricket 22, in fact, it was, I got 420 in an innings in first-class cricket. So I had to do a wee Google, of course, to see whether or not I did better than anyone else. And Brian Lara just beat me easy in terms of the overall records. And Carey is due to have a hero innings. So here's Peter Craig. Women's cricket have many zones of interest. I'll keep Jeff occupied. So here's a fluffy, but now Southie has dropped another man deep. Beautifully cut away by Mitchell Marsh. Gets it out deep for Ravindra. And they're going to come back for 2. That was a little bit lazy from Ravindra out wide. That'll disappoint Tim Southee. And the 400 not out. Says Alvinson. Probably not, to be honest. Like, not in a very long time anyway. I feel like there's too many good bowlers in some regards. And that's not to say that Brian Lara wasn't facing good bowlers when he got his 400 not out. But more so, bowling nowadays, they seem to have a lot more ways that they're able to get those wickets, if that makes sense. Like, when you don't have one man taking a wicket, you bring on your next, and he seems to have the game plan to break through. Like, even getting a double 100 at the moment is hard work in cricket, just because teams don't seem to be lasting long enough. Beautifully played down the ground from Mitch Marsh, and well, exciting finish. Both guys could get 100. Says Annoy, they certainly could. That would give them exactly the 90 runs left. John Rich and Ravindra once again, of course, dropping Mitch Marsh on 28, I believe it was. I'm on the scaffold listening to you. But if this, I'm going home now. I've been mucking around half the day listening to you, brother. says Marco. So sorry for distracting you, Marco, but now you'll be able to watch it on the TV. Be able to check out the final 90 runs of this one. Cut away from Mitch Marsh. Over the top, 4 more runs. He's starting to find his rhythm here, Mitch Marsh. He's decided he wants to get the job done sooner rather than later. New Zealand setting fields, and Marsh is just avoiding them. Southie, so shout out any beersies for Ravindra if we lose. Nicely done by Marsh. It's over the top of Glenn Phillips. A little bit too much height on it. New Zealand need a lucky charm and a little bit of luck at the moment. It's looking a little bit more slim now, though. They've said an expensive over New Zealand could not afford. Marsh really just propels himself to 69. Fluoride in the water is why teams don't last as long as they used to. Says Fluffy. And you scaffolders get the big bucks, bro. Says Annoying, you're all good, bro. Mondays are typically a slow day for myself. Pick the tools up, I'm out. Says Marco there. What do you think of Anderson still playing? Do you think ECCB just wants him to get 700 wickets? Do you think he will play the next Ashes? I'm not sure about the next Ashes, but to be fair to Jimmy Anderson, he's still bowling extremely well. So while he's bowling well, he might as well be in there. Yes, they'll have to look towards the future at some point, but they didn't want to lose Broad and Anderson at the same time, which was actually shaping up like it could have happened. Yeah, the bowling around the world has made a comeback. Says Peter Craig. Yeah, it's almost, in some regards, it's become a bowler's game. Shot, though doesn't time it. Fielded at short cover. Be the end of the over 193 for 5. An expensive one, I believe. About 10 runs coming off it for Mitch Marsh there. Scaffies make big dinner rows, but Broad could have still been going, says Alvinson. Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise that Stuart Broad hung it up when he did. But I know that there were also rumours that Anderson was extremely close to calling it a day, like in terms of his retirement. But because Broad did it, he kind of went, oh, I guess I can't really do it now. I've got to wait a little bit longer. And then he got straight back into his work, continued taking wickets, especially in Oz, says Naz Williams. And being called a scaffold is an insult, mate, says Marco. 86 more runs required here. It's a brilliant partnership for the Australians as it currently sits. It must be a chippy or a painter, says Nazi Williams. Matt Henry still yet to come back into the bowling attack. I don't think he'll be too far away. What do you think of Wagner hanging the boots? It's unfortunate because we know that that man's still got a lot of fight in him. But yeah, I feel like New Zealand, I guess they were trying to avoid what Australia have, in which case where they'll have a lot of guys retiring at around the same time. Like Wagner, I think would have been very handy for this series up against the Aussies. But yeah, I guess it's just one of those unfortunate scenarios that they decided to go the other way in terms of the selections. But GP now bowling, that being Glenn Phillips. Outside off stump, very close. A painter, that's the worst, says Marco. Seeing the reactions from the players, they know that they're on the verge of a wicket, but each time it was way too close to cut for Alex Carey as he was trying to work it down to third man. 45 runs away from his half century here, Alex Carey, and if there was going to be a wicket soon, the other one of these men, of course, will want to make their way all the way to get themselves the century. Good line and length from Glenn Phillips. Looks likely to be able to take a wicket, but he just needs that little bit of luck, like I mentioned, or a bit more turn off the surface. Might be the difference maker. Alex Carey now ready to go again. Oh, right up in the Yorker slot. Fielded by Southey in close. Little Clint, says Fluffy. What they say, Matt Henry doing some warm-ups. Perhaps he will be replacing Tim Southey. New Zealand getting the ball checked as well. Making sure that it's going to be all right. They have still got another 31 overs after this one. that they will be able to use before the new ball. And I don't think Australia will allow New Zealand to have that new ball, which just means New Zealand needed to bat a little bit longer last night. So they could have reached that new ball to clean up the tail. And sniffed oil-based paints fumes too much. So here's Marco and Smith opening is bizarre. Is there any openers in Australia? There are. They've got Bancroft, they've got Renshaw. They don't really have Pekovsky at the moment because he's taken a lot of head knocks. There's another guy who's been doing well that I can't think of off the top of my head, but probably a decent option as well. Catch, nope. It's going to go along the ground to Ravindra. It's a maiden from Phillips, well bowled. Still another 86 runs required. I realise the scoreboard's a little bit behind. My apologies. There we go. We are all updating here now. Which makes it 86 more runs required. New Zealand need the breakthrough wicket here. They want any chance of winning this match. It's going to be tricky. Well, we'll go like this. Right, they've gone with Matt Henry. It is a good choice. He's already taken 2 wickets. He is 1 away from his 10 wicket match. And I'll open a can opener, or donate a can opener if Australia don't have any. So here's Fluffy. It's very generous of you, Fluffy. Oh, Matt Henry. Oh, okay. So I think he was asking about that strapping. Now, I mentioned about it last night. He put some strapping on his hand. So he has had a wrist and kind of hand injury for quite some time, but he's had to take that off so that he's allowed to bowl. 69 runs for Mitchell Marsh. He is not out. 49 overs bowled by New Zealand, and Australia continuously scoring at around that 4 runs per over. What do you think of Shamar Joseph? Definitely a bright future talent. Oh, that's close. That's very close. Umpire's not going to be given it. They only have 1 review left. Can they afford to use it now? I think it was too high, but it's going to lead to a run. Too much painting, RSI. But yeah, Shamar Joseph, definitely one of the players for the West Indies who stepped up massively, and one of the main reasons that they were able to get themselves the win. Right. How high was this one? Yeah, height's a factor. Hit him just below the thigh pad, above the mid-roll, so yep, Henry straight away said height may have been the factor too. Down the ground, nicely driven by Alex Carey. They are running these ones hard. They should be able to get back for the 3. Cougar line. You know, there's frustration at the moment for New Zealand. It seems like their fielders are jogging, and every time it leads to the 3 runs rather than the 2. Like when it was cut away and Ravindra made it 2 rather than a 1. These are crucial runs. Oh, it was a little bit of bat involved for the LBW shout, so it wouldn't have been out anyway. So New Zealand would have lost their last review. What about Athanaze? What's your take on him? I think he's a talented, like half of that West Indies young team showed exactly why the future for the West Indies is bright, and maybe they should look at some of those young guys rather than the older guys. Like Athanaze, for me, didn't have the standout Shamar Joseph type performance, but he still had a couple innings where he looked solid. Nice pull shot from Mitch Marsh out to the man at deep. Square leg for 1. Justin Greaves, I thought that he was pretty strong. And also, who else was it? Kirk McKenzie, I thought he actually looked all right at times throughout the match. Looked like he's got a real strong foundation. 2,000 test match runs now for Mitchell Marsh. His best is 181. He can't do that today, but he can help lead his side towards a victory here. He is now sitting on the 70. Hodge, yeah, Hodge looks like a really good young talent as well. It's a little bit of a shame that we didn't see too much of him throughout the short format, but I can understand why in a way, because they did want to go with a bit more of a, I guess, a more experienced side. But he also just looks like a great personality to have out there on the field. That is 2-leg side from Matt Henry. Another 4 runs for Alex Carey. As Les Kiss, the best ever name for a rugby coach. It'd be up there, doesn't it? Yeah, like he seemed to bring a bit of, I guess, morale to the field. And yes, that's not going to win you test matches in terms of runs on the board, but it's going to help just keep the side relaxed. And I feel like the West Indies are the best when they're playing relaxed cricket, but when they're playing competitive relaxed cricket. Like, I'm not saying they have to all kind of dance around the field and jog towards the ball, but if they're looking relaxed, they seem to do a lot better rather than overthinking. Another single taken. Still have taken the wind out of New Zealand's sail. Only 76 runs required now for the Australians to get themselves the win here. Like Ben Sears may also not be too far away. Probably following Matt Henry. I think that they'll keep Glenn Phillips on. Would you see Jason Holder coming back straight to the playing 11? Honestly, no. I don't think he's done enough to... I don't like using this word, but like deserve. Oh, that's in the air. Mitch Marsh. It's gone all the way for 6. It's about where we were sitting yesterday. Could have ended up getting cleaned up with that one, but a shot from Mitch Marsh. 16 runs off the Henry over. It's a massive one, ladies and gents, in the first 6 of the innings, test team. But yeah, I honestly don't think he's played well enough to warrant selecting him straight away. I think if it was between him and Justin Greaves, I would go with Greaves at the moment. Or Graves, sorry, rather than Greaves. Do you think Razor is in Europe watching the Six Nations rugby, study England before we play them in a few months? I don't think so. I think he's still enjoying the Super Rugby. He went to the Super Round in Melbourne, though, so a little bit of a shorter flight if he does decide he wants to go to Rugby Union. The end is nigh. Says Fluffy, yeah, only 70 runs now required for the Australians. That gets, it gets the nerves going a little bit for the Kiwis, mainly because it seems like their plan has gone out the window. New Zealand are now considered $5.20 underdogs in this one, but nicely bowled by Glenn Phillips, again outside of the off stump. Will this be a record run chase? Not at all, no. Only 79 was the target. We have seen a lot more bigger chases in New Zealand. But if New Zealand were to somehow win it, they would actually end up winning on New Zealand soil for the first time in 31 years. So there's a lot more to gain from it for New Zealand rather than Australia, who have won 10 of the last 11 games in New Zealand, the other of which being a draw. That spans right back to 2000. And when King Kohli comes back, who would you drop on the Indian batting lineup? Oh. See, that's the thing. Jashwell, I feel, has definitely earned his spot. Shipman Gill hasn't been too bad. The thing is, unpopular opinion probably, but do let me know how you feel about it. Rohit Sharma, I almost think, other than that last game up against England, I think that he probably was the player theoretically, if you looked at stats across the test matches, without considering his experience and what he's done in the past, like he would probably be the player you look at getting rid of to bring another guy back in, because he hasn't been in the best form. He's been going out early and the young guys have been scoring all the runs for India. While New Zealand finished third in the World Cup, or in the world at the Athletics World Champs, didn't know they did that well. So here's the Prince here doing some very good stuff in the Athletics. New Zealand well bowled again by Glenn Phillips. Good news at the moment is he's keeping it nice and tight from one end, but unfortunately it's no good having a maiden from one end if the other over is going to go for 16. As this Christchurch normal test ground, it is indeed Hagley Oval. It's very nice on day 2 and 3 when we were there. Day 4 we had a bit of rain at the start of today's play. Missed out on an hour, cut away, well fielded again by Rachin Ravindra, so no runs coming from that. Glenn Phillips over 2 maidens in a row, in fact, for him. Brendan Julian a little bit nervous about that cut shot being played by Alex Carey. I'm running after sheep, keeps him fit. See you, Fluffy. Yeah, it is very close to be cutting that one. High risk, no value is the call. Were there hot girls in the crowd watching the cricket? There weren't many. Not that I was really going around scanning the ground, but I think there was a lot more kind of middle-aged men and women who were at the cricket. Like, not many people our age were actually there over the weekend, I don't believe. Did Shakib... Oh, did he retire, or is he still... He might still be playing short form now. I could be wrong there, though. It's going to be hit down the ground, no run called. To win 17 more runs required. That is only 14 overs at the speed that Australia have been scoring, which means that they would get it done before the new ball is available for New Zealand. Will they bring back Kuggeleijn for a spell? I don't think I would. I think that he's too expensive, but then at the same time, he can give you that golden ball. But the fact that he went for about 20 runs off 2 overs was hurting big time. Matt Henry, still a very good option. Was expensive in his last over, though. Actually went for a 6 and a couple 4s along the way. How about Jordie Barrett? He's a good cricketer in it. He is. He's very strong. Same with Will Jordan. Fantastic cricketer. Ruben Love, actually pretty decent with his cricket. And Kalen Boshier, actually another player who had the opportunity of choosing either rugby or cricket. He was actually in the under-19 setup, Kalen Boshier, and ended up deciding to go to rugby. So who knows? Maybe we could have seen him as one of the top stars for New Zealand had he chosen the other direction. Marsh on 77, though, 23 runs away from his century. That one's come back in a little bit. Another single taken, I reckon. Bodie B will be a good fast bowler. Says Annoy. I mean, Geordie, I know, is quite quick with his bowling because he's got that little bit of extra height. And your bro, Cullen Gray, say, yeah, he was, although he wasn't as good as his cricket as he was at his rugby. Because, like, the team that I was in, like, we weren't the best. Like, we get bowled out every week for low totals, but he was a part of that team. For a while, he's actually the wicketkeeper, fun fact. What do you think of the West Indies Test captain? His form, he's not going the best old Brathwaite, is he? And I feel like that needs to change soon. But then Chanderpaul, he's another one who hasn't quite been able to fire at the top of the order. And I think they both are too defensive. Definitely up against Australia, you still need to look for that ball to attack. You can't be silly with it, of course, but you have to still look to be aggressive when the ball is there to hit. Whereas it seemed like they were just chasing after the wrong ball for the sake of attacking it. And then that is how Brathwaite and Chanderpaul got out multiple times throughout those matches. Nicely played to the leg side from Alex Carey. They will just jog through for the single. They're talking about that really important partnership between Ravindra and Blundell. Or sorry, not Blundell, Mitchell in the middle order for New Zealand. It brought up 100 runs. These two currently sitting with a 130-run partnership. Big difference. And match-changing type of performance here coming from these two. New Zealand with 68 runs to work with. All advancing down the ground again. Use of the feet from Mitch Marsh. The end of the over, 2-1-1 for 5. Not many runs required now for the Australians. And the New Zealanders, they just need a little bit of something, a bit of luck, a bit of a change, and one good ball to get a wicket. The question is it coming though? Of course, Pat Cummins still to come, alongside Mitchell Starc, Josh Hazelwood, and Nathan Lyon. So far in this session, we've seen the run rate once again of that 4 or so and over. I see you got AI. All your stats, bro. Big up yourself. Love your channel. Says Alvinson, thank you very much, mate. Of course, when the West Indies are back in action, we are going to be covering their games on the channel as well, including throughout that T20 World Cup, where hopefully they will put a good showing at home. Will Bodie B make the Test 23 this year? He'll probably be in there somewhere. I'd like to see him off the bench, though, rather than in the starting side, but I'm not too sure who they will have as their 15 as of yet. Well bowled by Glenn Phillips again. He's into his 8th over. Hitting 12 runs off him. A really good option. Could be a full-time spinner. He can bat as well, which is massively beneficial for the New Zealanders. They don't seem to back him too often in terms of that bowling, but when they do, he gets wickets. I was hoping the fullback position will be Will George, but I'm thinking it will be Beauden Barrett again. He's getting on now. We need new blood. Says Marco, yeah, with that injury of Will Jordan, it does seem like 15's probably Bowden's, unless they want to go with Sean Stevenson or probably not Peter Fitter, probably Sullivan could be another option at 15. If I was to get down to 40 runs without a wicket loss, with the whole team around that pitch and bat, and attack, nothing to lose, and 40 rubs, 40 runs, says Naz Williams. Yeah, only 67 required at the moment here. Well played again. 52.3 overs down. I'm not sure where the extra run has been knocked off in this case. And 40 rubs, if they tour Thailand maybe. 40 rubs and 40 nights. Oh, use of the feet again from Mitch Marsh. Trying to throw off the line and length of Glenn Phillips. 67 runs. It's getting close. They've already scored around 40 runs this session. It's only been going for around 40 minutes or so. 112 for 5. Big spin there for Phillips. Going to be missed by the defender. Or the fielder, I should say. In this case, been watching too much rugby as of late. Kerry back on strike for the final ball. A GP's over. New Zealand need a wicket and they need it soon. Oh, he's tried the cut. Well fielded by Rachin Ravindra. Stops it from going through. And that'll be the end of the over. 213 for 5. Mitch Marsh, he's become more of the aggressor out of the two. Alex Carey struggling up against the spin. Has been hitting the ball straight to the fielder more times than not. Something big's going to be coming soon, I would think. Whether that's going to be more runs for Mitch Marsh to quick fire 100 runs. 133 is the current partnership for these two off 166 balls. Mitch Marsh recently bringing up 50 of those runs. And Alex Carey 65 of 98. Of course, there was a slight partnership between Marsh and Head around that 45 or so runs. The PSL got some unbelievable scores being chased down. So here's Alvinson. I think short format cricket, very hard to predict who has momentum right up until that final ball is bowled. 2 significant errors by New Zealand today. Dropping a Marsh in the late introduction of Glenn Phillips, says Julian. Yep. Oh, back foot punch from Marsh. Hits it out square. Almost a backward point where Rachin Ravindra. The ball's just following him at the moment. Unfortunately, though, he did put down that catch of Marsh. I mentioned about it earlier on that with that drop catch, of course, they got the wicket the next ball, but it's very hard to know whether or not Travis Head would still be in the middle had it been catcher Mitch Marsh taken straight away. Perhaps he would also have been out, and the game could have already been over. Talking about Matt Henry and the fact that he has to try and bowl this one full and straight. Great drive. Little bit of a misfield from New Zealand. I'm going to cut this one off in the deep as Will Young. Bit of a slip. 37 in Melvs. Oh, that's hot in Melbourne. Compared to us, we were sitting maybe about 12 degrees or something like that. Did Munro retire from all international duties? I believe so. Because I think he missed out on selection last year for New Zealand and kind of decided he's going to give it up. I think he's still in the BBL though, playing T20 cricket. Just not internationally. But he could get a call to the T20 World Cup depending on what options New Zealand want to use. Heading forward, short ball pulled away by Alex Carey, timed very well, and that'll be 4 runs, perfectly piercing the gap between Ravindra and also it is in the deep Ben Sears. The Kiwis need a couple of teams in the Australian Big Bash. I mean, it's talked about in terms of maybe New Zealand having a BBL team. Why he hits the ball so cleanly, he's a talented batsman, Alex Carey, and he's really helped this innings because he could have gone out there and been dismissed cheaply like he had throughout the rest of his New Zealand series. In fact, he's actually had the case of an LBW. He was given out, he reviewed it. Imagine if he didn't, the difference that we could have seen. But 59 runs to win for the Australians. They have got 5 wickets in hand. as we currently sit. Alex Carey moves up to 71. He's trying to catch up with Mitchell Marsh. I believe it is still possible for both of these men to get their hundreds.
No, to go out.
Just heard my mum say no to go out. She will be nervous at the moment. And I know if she's nervous, her brother, who we went to the cricket with, will be even more nervous. Bowled by Matt Henry. We might even get me mum in on the stream if she wants to come for a look-see. Oh, she's got a green hoodie on. I don't think it's green enough. You should be all right, I think. Yeah. Moment, ladies and gents.
If I start swearing, it's your fault.
Start a franchise, Peter. Just clearing some space. We'll get some headphones going for her as well.
You must be ahead of me because on TV too it's...
Yeah, I'm watching on the TAB. Because, oh, they can't see you. They can see your shoulder. I'll give you those ones. 220 for 5 at the moment. We will go like this and like that. Do you want me to go back to TVNZ just for the biggest screen?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, so balls remaining. There is a total of 900 here. Here she is. Next to us, my mum.
Aye.
What have the Black Cats done here, Mumsy? Dropping Mitch Marsh, first ball.
Shocking. They shouldn't have done that. But then, I don't know. Would he have hit it like Marsh's? Because he's not exactly in form, is he?
No. Well, that's what I was wondering. But of course, now that Marsh is on 80, it changes things a bit more because he has almost quadrupled his score since being dropped. But Ben Sears coming back into the bowling attack, bro. Do you follow all cricket matches or just international? We do a little bit of, like we were going to do a lot of the T20 this year for the BBL, but sadly with overlaps, it just meant I wasn't quite able to do as many. Like I still watch a lot of cricket outside of these streams. So we have a bit of an idea about what's going on around the world for the cricket.
They're only $1.09 now, Aussie.
Australia big favourites. Go on and win this.
Get a wicket here and they won't be.
I'll be honest, the reason that I brought you on the stream
Yeah.
is to see your reaction if New Zealand get a wicket.
Oh.
Close to the outside edge. You're kind of like the crowd, if that makes sense. You're going to see the live reaction of a Black Caps supporter. Do you play Says Alvinson? I do, although my team has been knocked out of the competition, unfortunately, so it does mean that there's no more cricket for about 6 months now. Something along those lines. Hi, Mum, says Robert.
How's it going?
And if Oz win, is that like a reverse Bledisloe result? Not really, because they've beaten New Zealand on New Zealand shores for 31 years in a row.
Well, you haven't won a test against them for even longer.
31 years.
That is actually 30.
Oh, that's close. And it's out. It's given. Now, will he go upstairs? Marsh reviews. He may have got an edge on this. He's got an edge on everything else. But there was a massive celebration from Ben Sears and my mum. We'll go this way a little bit more, might as well. What are you thinking, Mumsy? Is that one out? Someone said, where's the wickets at? There might be one here.
Yeah, good call. Don't know.
Right. We're going to get to see here to see if it's a fair delivery. New Zealand should just succeed. Here we go. Oh, if he hasn't got bat on it, he's deep in his crease. Gonski says Hanoi. He's reviewed it.
I give everyone out though. So
you do. I gave one out earlier that. Oh.
Don't hit. Yeah.
He hasn't hit it.
He's gone.
So now because of that, ladies and gentlemen, is it going to hit? It should hit leg stump from there, surely. It's pitched up.
It's low. It hasn't got far there.
This is a big moment in this test match. Could be the 6th wicket, the lucky charm.
Oh, you reckon?
Maybe.
Wasn't much of a lucky charm this morning.
Oh, is it going down leg? Yes. Umpire's call.
He gave it.
Which means Marsh is gone, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry.
And now Mum has to do all tests, says Gus. But the first over.
I know.
I've been here for 4 hours. And we've seen 1 wicket. And Marsh's innings, what an innings it was though. 80 runs of 102 balls. He's done almost what some would say enough for the Australians. But that's changed the odds big time. New Zealand now only $2.60 underdogs.
I should put some money on New Zealand. that would have made them lose.
And Asia's mum brought good luck, says Naz Williams. Her in her almost invisible hoodie. It has kind of turned white, hasn't it? But you look quite groovy. Do you want my black cap? It's down in that bag next to you if you want to put it on.
Do I need it?
Will that jinx them?
Yeah,
oh.
might jinx it.
A wonderful, your mum is a lucky icon for New Zealand, says Gunjan Deep.
Well, you sent me the message and said you want to come and give them a bit of luck or something.
Yeah, that was pretty much my wording. Yeah. I said, would you like to join for some of the stream? New Zealand needs some luck. And literally first over, here's the luck.
Awesome.
Mitchell Stark now at the crease, and Ben says brilliantly bowled, the young man.
He has bowled well.
Oh, you started to clap like you're at the ground. I'm in USA and cheering for New Zealand, says Gunjan Deep.
Good on you.
Now Ben says needs to put this one on the wickets. Or just outside off stump.
See, I would have still been out there and only just seen the wicket.
Here we go. Mitchell Stark on strike. Work to the leg side. He's out. And it's another wicket for Sears. 4 in a row for Sears.
Sorry.
And now a hat-trick chance for the New Zealanders. This game has been turned on its head and flipped sideways twice. But Mitchell Stark going for a golden duck just like he got Cougar line for.
Yeah, exactly.
In that first innings. Well, says Gunjan Deep, but just worked straight to the fielder. Luckily, it wasn't Ravindra, so it's been caught. And Sears. Tell you what, if he gets his fifer, no one's going to be able to contain him. He's pretty much, he's almost like the Hulk, isn't he, in the way he celebrates. He just gets angry.
See, I didn't put the hat on.
You didn't put the hat on and it's worked out. Now the captain Cummins makes his way to the middle. Those 2 wickets changed this game. Just straight away. Australia now underdogs, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
59 runs still required. 3 wickets for New Zealand. I don't think we're getting out of this session. We're either seeing New Zealand win or Australia win. Yep. But what does Cummins do? Does he be as aggressive as he normally would be? But we've got to remember as well, guess who's still yet to bat? Josh Hazlewood.
I know.
And yes, he doesn't...
He doesn't get runs, but he can stick around.
Yeah, although his highest score ever coming from New Zealand's game. In fact, the highest score ever for a number 11 from Australia in New Zealand he got throughout that first match. But Sears, he's going to pull his own back out if he keeps on celebrating like that. But straight to the man on the leg side. Come on, 3 wickets. Rip protection for Cummins. He's expecting some short stuff, although I don't think New Zealand can afford to bowl the short stuff here. Hat-trick ball. Ben Sears on debut for New Zealand. Haven't been too many hat-tricks.
As he said, you've got to put it on the stumps.
In recent times. In international cricket, they've got the men in close. They're willing to sacrifice a few runs for the sake of this hat-trick ball. The crowd on their feet. Did Russell end up going to the cricket?
Oh, he wasn't there earlier, but he might be.
He'll be driving there now. 220 runs.
He's probably finished work.
Here we go. Ben Sears charging in. The young man, 26 years of age. Hat-trick chance on debut. And it's an edge.
Oh, far out.
Did it drop? Drop short of Tom Latham. And it's going to be 4 runs for the Australians. Latham wasn't able to bring it in now. We'll want to see the replay. He's saying it was down first.
Yeah, but... Yeah.
Did end up bouncing. It's a misfield from Latham, though.
Yeah, it is.
Tell you what, Sears.
He's buzzing.
He just said some bad words, didn't he? He was not happy with that one. Do it for Wags, says Fluffy. Kiwis are back in this game. Love from Pakistan, bro. Says Crick Wish. Hey, Tim Southey, go and have a chat to Ben Sears.
Well, as he said, he's there by himself. He should be
fired up.
He is
55 runs left. The crowd on their feet, clapping him in. Outside off, left alone by Pat Cummins, but a match-changing over so far from Sears. 2 wickets coming. Yeah, relaxing cricket. Yeah, right. Sears Fluffy. But yeah, that LBW. He was giving it. He didn't even turn around to check the umpire, did he? He thought it was out and was celebrating. The way he pumps his fists, though, you got to watch out for him because or else he's going to give you a sucker punch. Oh, it's frozen a little bit. No, we're good. I mean to go back to work. Too exciting, says Peter. Yeah, a lot of people will be calling in sick this afternoon, that is for sure. To see the end of this one, Ben Sears' last ball of his over. It is down the leg side. Worked away by Cummins. They'll get just the one. We'll refresh just to make sure that it is all running smoothly, but fantastic over from Ben Sears. 4 wickets now for him. He's chasing the 5 for Matt Henry. He is 1 away from a 10-wicket match. I believe his previous best in a match was actually only 8.
Has he not had a 10 wicket?
I don't think so. I looked up most wickets in a match and it's 7 for test matches, but that might be in one innings because his best is 7 for 23 in an innings.
Yeah.
Yeah, a gifted one. Like they've said.
Brendan Julian's almost on our side.
Well, he's been on New Zealand side since the start.
Yeah.
He said yesterday that he felt New Zealand are in a position to be able to win it. He said that the ground staff seem to be moving a lot quicker than they normally would. He was wondering why. Is there something around the corner?
Yeah, and Mark Richardson hasn't eaten.
There's a lot of nervous Kiwis around, and same with nervous Australians, of course. The side do not want to be the first to lose to New Zealand in 31 years. Glenn Phillips, he's been economical.
He's been good.
Bowling extremely well.
It might have been him that sort of, slowed them down, even though they've got bloody overs and overs to get it.
Created the pressure, though. Just put it in the back of their mind.
Hopefully this doesn't go back up that way, though.
The rain. No, hopefully not.
No.
Shouldn't be any more rain in the forecast with a bit of luck. It was heavy this morning, though, in Christchurch, and then it kind of just lightened up and sun came out.
Yeah.
Glenn Phillips now to bowl to Pat Cummins, who's on 5 off 3. Plays defensively. And that's the thing, Cummins is normally at his best when he's playing a little bit more attacking.
Yeah.
So he has to now make the decision, although he has done it before, how he sat as the guy at the other end who's just been able to block it out so that the scorer at the other end, the attacking player, can get the runs.
Oh, Kerry hasn't had the strike.
Oh, he's had a crack at that one. Inside edge from Pat Cummins goes to the man at mid-wicket. This is a little bit similar to what we saw for New Zealand at the end of their innings, though.
Yeah.
The man who didn't really need the strike had the strike a lot. Kugelheim sat at the other end for a long time, didn't he?
He did.
Watching players get dismissed. And Sarah and Bays know how that feels. There's Eric J. Now Phillips' third ball of his over. It's straight. Work to the leg side by Cummins, but New Zealand with the defensive field here.
That's the problem, mate. You've got to be attacking as well as defensive because you've only got 50 runs to...
You still got to have the catching options, which I think is why with that ball to Mitchell Stark, it was good because they still had that guy in close out on that side, which easily could have been a player that they took out. Nicely played again by Cummins.
He's bowling well.
Yes, not going for many runs whatsoever. Weather Bureau are predicting any earthquakes, not that we know of.
No.
Hopefully that's the way it stays too. I don't think so. Since you've been here, we haven't seen many runs and we're still seeing chances for the New Zealanders. Catch! It was close to Will Young in close. They're going to work it for 2. Chance here for a run out direct hit. He would have been in trouble.
Not sharp enough. Yeah, that's just it.
Couldn't quite get it away. And he's something seismic, sorry. From Eric. Oh, no, that was wide of Will Young. Nicely placed by Pat Cummins, who was only jogging for a start. Seemed to be Alex Carey who wanted the 2. He hasn't been too comfortable facing spin, so maybe that is why. He tried a reverse sweep, and he actually got out to Phillips in the first innings. Yeah. Last ball, Pat Cummins on strike. I guess it's also a little bit in the back of the mind, maybe trying to protect him from Sears. Seeing as Sears starting to clean up the tail quite nicely, but that'll be the end of the over. 2 runs off at Australia, 227 for 7. 54 runs remaining. This is better than working, isn't it? Although you've already finished your work for your day.
I was watching it.
I know you would have been. Just hiding.
The headphone on.
Yeah.
Someone did come in. So I was working. Yeah.
Then they asked you what the cricket score was.
No, they didn't.
No.
Didn't have to go to the counter, so that was all right.
52 more runs.
Oh, New Zealand's just...
New Zealand are underdogs because of the couple, well, I guess that over where we saw a couple runs and we didn't see the extra wicket being taken. But Ben Sears, Matt Henry, I feel like those 2 are now key.
Yeah, hopefully they haven't bowled too getting tired on it. But I suppose the adrenaline will be just pumping through.
Sears is pumped. Yeah. Here we go. Ben Sears is pumped. It's played very close to him, Alex Carey, but he has worked it out through point for one. And good night, Test cricket lovers, Jamaican living in Alabama, who say Test cricket is dying. This is intriguing stuff, says Michael Murray. And just with them needing the 200 runs today with 5 wickets in hand, it just looked like it was going to be, 6 wickets in hand at the start of the day. Just looked like it had something about it, this Test match, didn't it? And now it has got it. He's bowling quick at the moment, Sears, into 140 Ks, 146 for his last delivery. Oh, mate, good to see you up and about. Says expired passport, bro. Welcome in. And 62 degrees in Ballarat. Says Fluffy, New Zealand 3 wickets away from a historic Test win. Australia still need 51 runs. Work to the leg side. Cummins is sent back by Carey. It would have been extremely tight. And the last thing Australia want here is a run out.
Well, they've got plenty of overs, so it's not an issue.
The thing is, though, they haven't got Mitchell Starc anymore. No. And that is something that is hugely beneficial because he's the type of player who can go out there and hit 20 off 20 or 20 off 15. Similar to what we saw for Kugelheim, similar to what we saw for Matt Henry. Cummins can do that, but he looks like he's going to be playing more of a composed captaincy role here. Nathan Lyon, he might go a little bit aggressive if he gets the opportunity. Half a chance for Will Young. I believe it bounced before him, though. Another 20 runs from Mitch Marsh would have been handy, says expired passport, bro.
Although another 20 runs by our team would have been handy too.
Mm-hmm. And also taking the catch for Ravindra when Marsh was on 28 would have been pretty handy.
Yeah, so, but that's all cricket, isn't it?
It's all cricket. Every little thing turns into a result. At the moment, the result is not too far away.
Ready in the slips.
You've almost got your hands ready for a catch, don't you? Daryl Mitchell putting down one of Labuschagne. That didn't cost New Zealand, but it easily could have nicely worked off the pads for Pat Cummins for the single. And the thing is, Australia, they're in the position now, they can take, they won't want to, but theoretically they can take 50 overs, just knock a single per over, tap, tap, tap. They don't have to worry about time. No. They've even almost got 50 overs remaining today, I believe. So, one of those ones, like run rate's still 3.38, even though they've been losing wickets. Of course, that outside edge helped drastically in terms of the amount of runs. Now Alex Carey on strike, tapping the ground hard here. Does he look to be aggressive or does he have to try and also anchor alongside Cummins? It's short and that's his bread and butter, but he hasn't timed it. It's probably the first one that he's mistimed of the day and it's taken by Blundell for the leg by. I just said Alex Carey needs to be there at the end. 28 runs away from his 100. Some deep breaths, Alex Carey, though. This is one of those times that Australia needed someone new to step up. The regulars hadn't done so. And Pat Cummins might stick around like he did with Maxi in the World Cup. Yeah, he's very good at occupying an end if he needs to, Cummins. Watch that be a commentator's curse. Last ball of the over, Ben Sears charging in. Work down the leg side. Very nicely played by Cummins. They will get themselves the single. No point risking that run out like I mentioned. Who's won best leading edge? Or who won best leading edge? Probably Marnus in this match. He chipped it straight back to Ben Sears, didn't he? He's trying to work it to the leg side. I don't know if that's what you mean, but yeah.
Yeah, what is it? Awards are on.
Oh, the Oscars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been getting updates from from Eric J all the way through. He's messaging Dad.
Yeah,
telling him. Oh, did he ask what it is?
Yeah. Oh, earlier, so I'm updating him. 49 runs with 3 wickets in hand.
I think it's actually 48 now.
I thought it was too.
Yeah, scoreboard's just updated. Hello, Hamish's mum, how you been?
Yeah, good. Sorry. Important.
Tell you what, she loved when New Zealand got those 2 wickets. She was screaming.
I was.
Big time. No, it's okay. The microphone can handle it. Well, bowled by GP again.
At least I'm not swearing yet.
No, that'll be if Cummins gets a quick 5:30.
Yeah, I'll be pissed off,
And will this end the way how it ended at the Gabba? Says Imran and the partnership needs to be 30 and Cummins loves this stuff. He does. He lives for these moments. Yes, he's brilliant with the ball in hand. He got 4 wickets up against New Zealand, but he also loves showing that he can bat. And as much as people dislike it, he can bat.
I was actually talking to a few Australians yesterday and the day before, but one of them actually said they had high hopes of Pat Cummins becoming an all-rounder.
Oh, yeah.
And they thought he'd go a lot further with his batting than he has. So,
yeah. Yeah, he's got a really good technique. Doesn't take too many risks. Normally he comes into a game when Marnus or Smith or Kawaja or Warner or Marsh or Green have already got 100 and something. Nicely played again though. Relaxed style for Pat Cummins at the crease. No demand a review. Sayers fluffy. Yeah, currently 1 review left for both of these sides.
Some of those. I mean, Kerry's nick behind wasn't even close.
Yeah, that was Kugelheim though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Getting a bit excited. We tested him.
The slips were too. There was a noise. I heard a noise. I should have been working, but I heard a noise.
Just wasn't the bat, was it? Unfortunately, big gap.
I don't know what it was.
And then that Marsh one, it was very close for Paul. So they were a bit unlucky, Phillips. Like they were unlucky that it didn't, or that it cost them the review. We waiting and watching that one, Cummins. Keeping an eye on it. Just 1 ball remaining.
I was actually busy then because I didn't see that.
See, just the thinnest of little spike. And I actually thought it was Marsh hitting his shoe that caused the spike.
Okay.
But
they thought it was.
Yeah.
See, Aussie are back favourites.
Ooh, bit of spin-on offer for Glenn Phillips here. Not quite as much as Nathan Lyon was getting. Although that one had a bit of rip on it. It's going to be another single. In fact, they should get 2 here. They will take it on.
No,
and they get there.
Wrong end.
46 runs now required to win. How's the light? Is there rain ahead? It's looking overcast, but I don't believe the rain is coming back.
And they've got lights there anyway.
They do. And also, they've still got day 5.
Yeah.
So chance of a draw are extremely slim. Australia are not going to look to bat out this next day and a half. They will look to finish the job. Comfortable running for the Australians. New Zealand have looked a little bit lackluster in the field at times.
Oh, yeah. It's very disappointing.
Like, so that one that went out to Ravindra that they managed to get 2 for rather than the single and those 3s that Australia have been able to sneak.
Though, watching the running between the wickets, it is pretty good with both sides.
We've got a donation from Expire Passport Pro, Aussie, oi, 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 in there as well. Can Alex Carey get the 100, do you think?
No, Aussie. Kiwi, oi, oi.
We'll see. 46 runs, still a long way to go.
I know.
Short ball, beautifully played by Alex Carey. He is a technical batsman and a smart batsman. Not sure why we decided to bang it in short there from Ben Sears. I would have thought that the better option would have been to pitch it up on the stumps.
Look at his frown.
He gets angry, doesn't he? He reminds me of a child who sulks.
Oh, that was only...
No, he had that.
I know, but it was... yeah.
It was on the up. Beautifully played by Alex Carey. That knocks off a lot of runs. Yeah, he reminds me of a child who's sulking. When it doesn't go his way, he kind of, like he doesn't get his chicken tenders for tea and he's angry. It's like me last week. 42 runs to...
See, that's a better length.
Much better. On the stumps. They've still got the 1 slip and play of Daryl Mitchell. Just looking up Alex Carey's...
Hasn't exactly caught well this series.
No. Well, that's the thing. A few of the Kiwis have been really struggling. The highest score for Alex Carey in a test match is 111. So he cannot get that today.
Yeah, he's got 100 before.
It's actually kind of recently, wasn't it?
I think it was, actually. Probably chase. See, did you hear the stats with 16 times Aussie have chased?
Oh, it's just gone over. Just over the top. If they had a Cam Green who was 6'7", that would have been Phillips. Shortest in the team, but most athletic.
Yeah.
Ben Sears, once again, got told he can't have chicken nuggies for tea. But did he get it? It was up. Oh, see.
Yeah, look how far off the ground he is though.
No other field, I believe,
Well,
of
got
that
anywhere
size
near
would
it.
have got close to that.
No.
Like they said, it's not really a chance. Like, it would be pretty brutal if Ben says that's Phillips' fault.
No.
Cam Green, it would have hit him in the shin.
Yeah.
He's a tall bloke. But now 41 runs remaining. Alex Carey, he's going to play his shots because he does need to score runs. And plus, with the pace of Sears, you just get a little bit on that and it goes over the top. Mariah Carey riding her luck. Sears Fluffy. Now Pat Cummins, he's on 11. This is already becoming a very good partnership for the Australians, left alone outside of off stump.
How did he get 11?
He had that boundary, the edge, so that got him to 4. So he's on 5 off 3, and then he's worked a few 2s and 1s. He's good at bringing up just those scores slowly, Pat Cummins. Our only MSD lover. MS Dhoni, I believe that is. He's not playing, sadly, in this one, but I'm sure he's watching. He'd be loving this one. It's early morning start for you guys who are in India watching this contest.
Oh, India will still be on a high by thrashing England the other day.
All work to the leg side, 2 straight from Sears. He's having a few times now, brings it down to 40 runs to win now for the Australians.
It's getting too close. Oh.
How many runs per se before the next wicket falls before you say Australia have this in the bag? Like, let's say Australia need 25 to win and they lose their next wicket, you're still giving them the advantage? Or are you saying that would almost be half a chance for New Zealand?
Oh, to be honest, when was the last time the Kiwis were in this situation? Probably against England, and we actually did do it.
I think it's going to be extremely important.
Very, very hard to knock off Aussie.
The bowling changes.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Well,
Phillips
see,
has to continue, I believe.
Yeah.
Then you've got Matt Henry. He went for 16 runs in an over recently.
Yes, yeah.
But that was when Mitch Marsh was at the crease.
Yeah, and they reckoned he didn't come back soon enough after lunch.
It's sat-nav.
He'll be giving him some information.
I told them, well, I didn't really tell them the complete story of how I knew Southey would go out the way that he did. But you'll be able to confirm. I think I told you, didn't I, alongside Dad, that I said Tim Southey would go out by playing a little dabble shot to Alex Carey.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened. You can blame Satner for that one.
Yeah, because they were throwdowns.
Environment definitely building at the ground.
Oh, it was pretty good the last couple of days too, wasn't it?
I think the evening session last night was the best, wasn't it?
Oh, that was awesome. That was, as I said this morning, we were only expecting a couple of wickets, but they got 4. So.
They should have Henry in the attack. Although I also don't think you can take Phillips off.
No.
So you're in that scenario now how the only man that Henry can replace is actually Sears. But Sears has taken a couple wickets. I wonder whether or not maybe he is at the end of his spell, though. I think that he's had his big burst.
Yeah, he has. So time to change it. They've got to keep changing it up because we haven't got enough runs on the board. So you've got to change it up.
Should also
more often than not.
mention 19-run partnership now between these two. That's getting a little bit high for your liking, isn't it?
Yeah, time for me to do something different. So that.
Do you want to put your Black Caps cap on?
Yeah.
You think that'll work?
That'll work. Is it in your bag?
Yeah, it's just down there. Nicely played again. She's getting the Black Caps cap. Is it going to work? Is it going to be the thing that helps them over the line? It's probably, but it shouldn't be too loose. I've got a thin head, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. The Black Caps. Can you still see?
Just.
Oh.
Well, it's all about the
Get that logo in.
logo in.
And pull out all the stops, says Gus. 40 runs still is a long way, though, for 2 wickets in hand if they can get the wickets soon.
Who's that? Who was that?
Who was who?
I thought I saw someone walking past.
It could have been. I think I saw like a reflection recently. I don't know. Cohen's mum have the baggy green on also. There's Elvinson. Oh, she's going down. Now 1 ball remaining. Glenn Phillips over. I think it's my sister has just got home. 239 for 7 at the moment. The Australians are sitting on. Alex Carey on 77, Cummins on 12. Last ball of Phillips over. Can he give it an almighty rip? And it's pitched up. Gets it down the ground for 1. Hello again. Yeah. Good. Another single. Cummins now moves up to 13. 39 runs to win now for the Aussies. 60 overs down. We will not see a New Zealand new ball taken. Still need another 20 overs to be bowled. I mean, to be fair, at the run rate that GP's keeping them to, they might get 1 over with a new ball. Australia going into this session looked like it was only going to take them 21 overs to get to the total. But because of the slower run rate since the players have been replaced by the wickets, of course, 2 wickets for Ben Sears, up to 4 of 66. That's the other thing, though. Southie's got some big decisions to make. Because Matt Henry's chasing a 10-wicket match, plus he's been bowling extremely well. Sears is chasing a 5 for on debut. And then you've got Southie, who's got 1 wicket. The earliest one of the day. Does he bring himself back into bowl? Or is he too expensive? Who isn't expensive, though, up against this Australian side?
I think this is Sears' last over here.
Bowling to Cummins. Outside off stump. Nicely pushed by Cummins. Fantastic shot that is. It's going to be 4 runs. I mentioned about it. You'll be able to agree. I was the only one clapping when Australia played a good shot on our whole embankment.
Oh,
There was like 1 other maybe, if we're lucky, giving them a slight clap.
On the embankment, no?
Yeah, but like in terms of where we were, like everyone was just going New Zealand flat out, and I was just like, and then I just stopped because I was like, oh, not the time for it. And better go do this birth pipe. Thank you for your great commentary from Alice Springs. Says Peter, I appreciate you being here, of course, mate. 35 runs to win now. 4 lovely runs, says Vernon. And important runs. Cummins up to 17. Pitched up. Oh, he's gone down. Ben Sears. They thought about taking the quick single, seeing as no one was at the stumps.
What do you mean 35 left?
In terms of to win.
Okay.
That's a little bit behind. Fun fact.
That's...
When watching on TVNZ, that's ahead. When watching on TAB, that's behind. So TAB's a whole like minute or so ahead of TVNZ, which is quite funny.
Yeah, because I was trying to work out how come you were ahead of me.
Mm.
Then you'd say 4 runs. I go, far
Oh,
out.
work to the leg side. Great shot from Cummins. Another single. 34 remaining. Commentators are saying that is exactly where Cummins wants him to bowl. Southie's having a chat about it.
Yeah. He's a tail ender at the end of the day.
But is he?
Yeah.
You know, 140, he's making it look kind of easy to face Pat Cummins, playing that little glided shot.
No.
Matt Henry's got to bowl the next over from this end, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Fish and chips for the win. There's the house.
No, beer for the win.
Mm.
For us, not them. Is the house Kiwi or Aussie?
He's an Aussie, I believe. That is nicely worked by Kerry. They'll get another single.
Far out, he's annoying.
Which one? Oh, it's Kerry or Pat Cummins?
Both. Both.
Well, they're just milking it, aren't they?
Yeah, milking it all right.
But they can.
$1.30 now. $3.15 New Zealand.
Going up again. I think the highest they were was $6.
$6.
But earlier on in the test match, they were $7
Oh,
as the underdog. So they've made a lot of ground since then.
Aussie were $1.07 before when I first came in.
Mm.
And then 2 quick wickets and then nothing. Come on.
Anyone wondering what that noise was? My mum was banging on the table.
Oh,
Down the left side. That is a terrible ball.
Oh, there.
And that's going to be,
No.
well fielded by Cougar Lion. Get Henry on FFS. I think they gave Sears 1 too many overs.
Yeah, they did.
We talked about it. Maybe Southie might have had a chat saying I might take you off. Sears probably said, no, I've got a 5 for him, mate. And my brother just went to Eden Park.
Down Eat League.
Mm. And the Wallabies jump. I asked him if he felt unsafe. He said, no, the Kiwis were all quite nice and felt sorry for him. Says Annoy.
Yeah, but that's rugby.
Yeah, the TAB has to keep up with the punters, says Defunk. I mentioned about it, though. Last night, it was Tim Southee who was getting the most stick from any player. Like, even though the Australians were batting. Like, it was only Tim Southee who had the most of it. And don't let Southee bowl the last over with the winky face from JYD.
Yeah. Oh,
Bet you if we weren't on a live stream, you would have pulled the fingers just then, wouldn't you?
yep.
Does the smell of bacon mean I'm about to have a cardiac arrest? Not sure. Are you cooking bacon? That would be the best. Well, that would be the obvious point, wouldn't it? Powerade drinks break, which means we are halfway through the session. I will say it right now. This session's the last one. Like at the end of the day, they're not going to be extending it, or like they're not going to be stopping it to have a 20-minute break to come back for 10 runs, are they? Cougar Lion says JYD. Medic says Fluffy. I was a Bledisloe test day, says Hanoi.
Yeah. See, rugby we've got yous. No worries.
Half of the Kiwis are in Australia anyway, aren't they?
Yep.
New Zealand, it's over. He always puts New Zealand rather than just New Zealand, old Vernon. It's over. We have 2 wait 30 years plus for a win, says Vernon. And I was very good there. Thought I'd give the staff the night off, says Eric J. And hey, Hamish, sorry, just awake because of my weekend live stream she's ran.
We'll get you at the MCG in 2026.
Yeah, well, they've had a win more recently in Australia. One in Hobart, fun fact.
Okay.
But there's also a little bit of a fun fact that Australia have only won by runs, I believe, 2 of the last 9 times that New Zealand have played them. Normally it is by a certain number of wickets, and this is one of those cases that they could win by a certain number of wickets. Oh, no, sorry, that's the other way around. New Zealand have won by runs only twice, so this would be one of those times.
Okay.
My apologies.
Don't take the hat off.
Do you think the hat's not helping?
Nothing's helping.
Salted Caramel says, maybe the bacon's salty. Isn't it? So, a little bit of correlations. You want to put this hat on?
No. Yeah, I'm not.
I don't think I should wear it while my mum's sitting next to me.
Yeah.
No. Anyone wondering, it's George's hat from the entertainment channel, which says I love hot mums. and he certainly does.
Oh
No, that's a replay, mum. That's a replay.
Oh,
Settle down. And he was telling me what did I miss. I was away sleeping. You've missed some wickets, of course, but then also you've missed some fantastic batting from Mitch Marsh and Alex Carey. Mate,
You're so impartial, eh?
It's great batting, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
We got the George emoji from Robert. Then, of course, start gone, golden duck.
And we thought we're in.
But then it changed, didn't it? Cummins came to the crease. Captain fantastic.
Oh, shit. I know it's your channel and all the rest of it, but you don't have to go on about it.
He does all right, though, Cummins, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, but...
I think that this is the good example, ladies and gentlemen, of what pressure and nervousness can do. You know, got people on the edge of their seats.
Yeah. I'll start swearing shortly.
She will. She definitely will. So I should probably say disclaimer at the moment. My mum will swear at some point if New Zealand don't get the wickets. But GP, Glenn Phillips continuing his bowling. 31 to win for the Australians, and Alex Carey will be on strike. He hasn't faced a lot of Phillips in the last maybe 10 overs.
He was struggling with this.
Tried a reverse sweep when there were like 3 men covering the reverse sweep. Why has Phillips been bowling more than the seam bowlers with the target coming down, says the through ball? Because he's been so economical. Plus, he's looked like a wicket-taking threat.
Yeah,
I don't think he's... Like, if he was just bowling similar to, let's say, Satner. Normally, Satner's bowling to try and slow the run rate, but doesn't look like he's going to take wickets. GP at the moment, sweep shot, though. That is fantastic. From Alex Carey, that's going to be 4 runs. Or is it? Yes, it is. They've said it's lightning fast. I thought it was quite slow overall from the days that we were there, wasn't it? It seemed to pull up quite a bit in the long run. First ball after drinks.
You were saying he was so economical.
He was so economical. Maybe you're right, the through ball, but up until this point, he was very economical and looked like he was taking wickets. But then saying that, he hasn't been bowling to Alex Carey.
No.
He's only got 7 wickets just because last night they got 3, so good job. Says Brandon. Now, Alex Carey moves up to 82, Australia requiring 27. What was the number? 25, wasn't it? And if they got to that, seemed like they would have a good chance of still going on to win. Another ramp shot. He's got it nicely, Alex Carey. That one might race all the way to the boundary as well. Brilliant timing. Back-to-back boundaries for Alex Carey, who moves up to 86. And 23 runs now required for the Australians. They'll get him.
No.
It's just one ball away.
We are so close.
Look, you don't have to tell me. I know, although there's still 3 wickets in the shed, so we're not that close in some regards. Just in some regards, of course. Still a couple more batters to come, but they were 9 down now. Could be a whole different story. And can they get that? GP back-to-back boundaries. The drinks break was the worst thing to happen to New Zealand.
$1.08 now.
$1.08 the Aussies are paying.
$6.70. Put your money on New Zealand, people.
I think your mum enjoys your commentary. I think she dislikes it because I'm saying that Australia are doing well. We will crush New Zealand.
Yes.
Says the house.
Oh, jeez.
Outside off stump, plays and misses. At that one, it was wide and it could have been another boundary had Alex Carey connected, but I think that was part of the plan. Try and give him the loosener and see if he wanted it. He loves playing that little cut, doesn't he?
And that's what Brendan Julian keeps saying. Don't play it.
Yeah, plenty of width on that one to be able to leave it. Pitched up to Southey. I lose it. Hamish says, Mum, I feel what you feel, so I need to cry. You can do it, says Brandon. Is it time for the captaincy to be returned to Kane and when New Zealand plays test in the subcontinent later this year against Afghanistan, Sri Lanka and India? Can't see Southey being effective there anymore. Yeah, although I think a lot of the plans that are happening are still going through Williamson. Like I think that Southey and Williamson, I mean, they brought up their 100th cap together, haven't they? And like a lot of the time you will see Southey having a chat to Kane.
Well, because Southey at the end of the day is only captain 12 games, they were saying. 12 tests. And that's not many when you're in this situation. Craig McMillan said it all. Put the foot on the throat and go for it. And they haven't done that.
I think the biggest problem, though, as well, is there's a lack of, I guess, faith in the bowling attack in certain regards. I think that in some regards we're a bit... Yep.
So why have they been picked?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Phillips looks like a Kiwi Warner. Stares Inui. And also, you don't even have peanut crushing technology. We have got there 23 runs. Come on, lads. 23 runs, not many. One more wicket here, and I think my mum will lose her mind.
No more wickets and I'm out of here.
Well, there's only 23 more runs, so it'll be pretty quick. At this point. Alex Carey almost heading towards the largest score in this test match. Only 4 runs away from matching Marnus Labuschagne, who got 90 in the first innings. Pat Cummins, he is on 20, a very decent little extra boost. Victory Pavlova will taste sweet shortly. Nicely glided by Cummins down to third man, but too easy.
Yes.
And Sears is still bowling.
Yeah, nah.
Why? That seems like a strange choice.
Yeah, but they've obviously talked about it at the drinks break, so...
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. Like, Southey, yes, he will be making some decisions, but he will get word from others about what to also do here. Aussie, you make Hamish's mum cry, come on New Zealand. Says Brandon, New Zealand's field setting should have been more aggressive. Says Parikshit. Hopefully I've said that correctly. And Pavlova. Says Fluffy, here comes Ben Sears though, chasing a fifer. 22 runs left. It's short and it's beautifully glided by Alex Carey down to the man at deep fine leg. And it's a no ball. Gonna have to bowl that one again. That's an extra 2 runs. Now 20 runs required for the Australians to win.
They brought it in. Yeah.
Oh, he's knocked the bails off.
That's why it's
That is why it's a no ball. Do they sell sandpaper at the ground? They do not, but Hazelwood did sign some sandpaper while we were there, which is, I mean, good on him. At the end of the day, he's tall, isn't he? Old Hazelwood.
He is. I couldn't get over how lean and trim they all are.
Settle down.
I mean, they're so skinny.
Yeah. The legs are quite condensed.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, you don't see that when they've got trousers on, of course, but they all look, lean and fit, and
How many of them did you see without trousers on?
well, they all had shorts on.
When? Oh, before the game.
Yeah.
Ah, I was confused. I didn't get that invite. Just meringues, says Fluffy. 20 runs required. Cummins on strike. There we go. Side off stump left alone by Pat Cummins. James Anderson only kept playing to pass Warney on 708 test wickets. Says the house. I mean, he's still a few away though. Needs another 9 or so, which is a few test matches, to be fair, depending on where they're playing. Of course, New Zealand was so close. Says Harsh, they had them. They had them in a very tricky position, the Aussies, but then that drop catch, I don't want to blame him, but dropping Mitch Marsh in the 20s to then go on to get 80, that's a massive difference.
It is.
And then that partnership with Alex Carey may not have happened.
Yeah.
Could have been a whole heap of differences.
But that's the thing, we don't know how to win it.
Will James Anderson keep playing until he is 50? Probably not. I think he'll give it up by there. He's tempting Cummins with that line. Says Anoilo. Cummins is so good at just gliding it down to third man, isn't he? Although that one was a bit too short to be able to glide there.
At least he didn't get a run.
Bit of hostility coming out at the moment.
I don't think it's a good idea me sitting here at the moment. I mean, it was good when I first came, but
Yeah, when the wickets fell.
yeah, now that they're not, it's sort of.
Cummins. Off! No! It's half a chance. But it's missed the man at leg gully. Oh, it's going to be slapped away. That'll be an extra run, I would think. Cougar Lions saving 1 run. Didn't show enough intent and they get back for 3. Brilliant running from the Australians. Anderson first to 1,000.
Well, look at those Aussie fans. Good on you.
You were making friends with Aussie fans on the 2 days we were there.
Someone would start talking to me and I was going, okay.
Yeah, this was good work from Cougar Lion to save the 4, but then unfortunately, just in the process of getting back up, it looked like he wasn't really trying that hard. He kind of jogged a little bit, and then they managed to get through for the 3. Whoop, whoop. Says the house. 17 more runs to win here for Australia. Ben says this has to be his last ball, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And they take another single as well. That's going to be about a 9-run over, doesn't it? 16 away for the Aussies. 20 runs, gee whiz. And that's the thing, Cummins, once again though, 24 off 37. I think Southie's just said to him, look, I've got to change you, mate. Like, yes, you want your 5 but you're kind of conceding a whole heap of runs. And is Kerry thinking about his 100 or just to win the game? He'll be thinking about the game.
No, he'll be thinking about his 100. He'll go out shortly.
No, I don't think he will. I think he's a team player, Alex Carey. Carey, my message. I saw it was about Plants vs. Zombies and I was a bit confused. Thinking about making gaming with you. But if you got Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighbourville, I don't know. I did get rid of it a wee while ago. Did anyone see that Cummins 24 runs? Now, I don't want to be that guy who tries to be like, look at me, but I saw him getting a few in this one. I honestly thought Stark was going to get a quick 5-15 or so, but the problem was with Stark, they left almost too little runs for him to be able to get that. Like, that was back when Australia still needed about 130, that I was expecting Stark to go out there after maybe about 10 or 15, and I thought Cummins would get around 20. He's getting a little bit more than 20 at the moment, though.
Yeah, you hear the song on the background.
Drink yourself more beer, wasn't it?
That's appropriate.
Although our uncle, or my uncle, her brother, said that the beer was absolutely terrible at the ground, didn't he?
That bad. I didn't have to buy it. So.
Oh, the lights are on.
The lights are on.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Must be getting dark. Pissed down with rain for the last.
No, it's not going to save them. Can't rain for a day and a half. Oh, off the outside edge. It's gone through the edge of the Matt Henry delivery. 4 runs.
How many runs through there?
There's been a lot. And in the early stages as well, just having a third man would be massive for New Zealand. Nicely played by Alex Carey. He's moved up to 92, the most runs for any Australian batsman throughout this test match. They should get rid of Qantas as their sponsor. Remember, they ruined the Wallabies by boosting Izzy Folau. Says Hanoi, and I'll bowl every ball underarm to us. Says the house.
Yeah, well, you guys did it to us. But we won't stoop to that level.
A while ago, wasn't it?
It was.
I mean, you still remember.
I can never forget.
Oh, by Henry, that is a lot better straighter delivery. Although saying that, the last one was straight, it got the outside edge for 4.
Yeah.
Oh, why don't they have a fielder there? It's a great question. They've probably had 50 plus runs that have gone through that gap. Or through the slip cordon in general.
See, they have one there for one day, isn't that? Why don't they have them for test matches? I don't understand that one.
Not sure, but it's cost them a lot.
It has.
Henry.
The game.
Oh, it's a great straight drive. It's hit him in the foot. So they're going to take the single run-out chance.
Oh.
Good running from Cummins, though. If it was a direct hit, maybe different story. But because it did go to Blundell's gloves, Glenn bowled too many overs. Sears Alvinson. I think Sears bowled too many overs. I think they gave him maybe 2 or 3 too many. Nah, he was safe easy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that Glenn, he bowled 1 too many as well, I believe. But I think that if they had made that change of Henry at the other end for Sears, it may have created more pressure. All right, Williamson now having a bit more of a chat. Yeah. They're bringing everyone in now. They've realised that they need to take the wickets. Don't worry about boundaries is what Brendan Julian's saying. You need to have people in close. To be honest, is this something they should have done about 20 runs ago?
Yeah, they've let it get away from them.
If Henry doesn't pick 2 wickets this over, then New Zealand is done, says Pirish.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pitt. That's the thing.
Yeah, good time for a hat-trick.
Yeah, 1 more wicket for Henry and he gets a 10-wicket bag.
Yeah, they'd be quite keen on.
Imagine having the best ever bowling figures against Australia in history and losing.
Oh, that'd hurt.
Here he has been the wicket taker for the Kiwis, says Alvinson. He certainly has. Even that boundary that we saw recently. Oh yeah.
That was
Well bowled again.
Well bowled.
Yeah, even that boundary was off the outside edge from a good ball of Matty Henry. Dowley will get royally curried in India, says Fluffy. But that's the thing, most teams do though, don't they? England, everyone's been going, oh, baseball, how's it going now? How'd it go? You lost to India. And it's like, yeah, but who hasn't? They got 1 match, which is more than a lot of teams do. Just a lot of people who, baseball, you're not allowed to play quickly. That's the rule, isn't it? And Diver Bed says, Zabirdi, let me know who wins.
Yeah.
The leg side, no run for Pat Cummins here.
Wouldn't be a great end result if New Zealand win it from here.
Despite the 16 runs over, they should have kept him on. Says Alvinson. Or bring him back when Sears, as much as he wanted the fifer, it just didn't look like it was going to happen. You needed the length of Henry just outside off stump to trouble Cummins. Beautiful on drive.
Yeah,
that's a fantastic shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Down the ground, 7 runs now to win for the Australians. Crowd are not happy. And could Oz stretch this out to the 5th day for giggles? I don't think they'd want to. They'd have to bet for another maybe 35 or 40 overs at least today. Yeah, a lot of dot balls. The only way we're seeing a draw at this stage is if Australia need 1 run to win and then they lose. Your mum heard of the North Otago boxing coach, Ave Luxon? True hard to play on donkey dung pitches with dysentery, says Fluffy. Aussie wins, good night. Kerry deserves his 100. He's close, isn't he?
He's not going to get it. He only needs 7 to win overall.
He's on strike.
What's he on?
He's on 93.
No, he won't.
He's on strike. 2 back-to-back boundaries. He gets it.
No, he won't.
Kerry says Alvinson.
He's going out this ball.
It's been Sears again.
Oh, for fudge cake.
Yeah. The thing is, though, at this stage, short ball pulled away by Alex Carey. That will be 4 runs. Fantastic shot from him. 1 boundary away from his 100.
What did you say? 2 4s, is it?
2 fours and that's it. He gets his 100 and he wins the game
Yeah,
for
but
the Aussies.
how's this young fella going to feel if they get the winning runs off him?
Well, how do you think Sally would have felt if he brought himself back to get hit?
Yeah, so that's why I don't think this isn't right.
So frustrating watching the Kiwis bottle this. I think this is game 3, guys. Or this game, guys, 3 more runs, GG. You go 1 boundary away.
Hat trick.
3 runs for his ton. Says Inouye 1 shot away from the victory like they've said for Alex Carey. Is he going to go for it? Ben Sears puts it on the stumps. It popped up. I think they're going to take on the 2, are they? No, they just get the 1. They had a little bit of pop. Oh, the hat's gone. Vicious delivery, as they've said. 98 runs now for Alex Carey, so he will probably not get his 100 here. That one's come up a lot. Oh, it's the off cutter. And just, oh yeah, that was almost right on the wrist. That would have hurt, although I think it hit the bat handle in the end, didn't it? Might have saved him a little bit. Just once in the last 16 times they've chased 200 plus, I think is what I've just heard. They needed 202, 279 at the start of the day. Now Pat Cummins on strike, captain. Fantastic.
Keep rubbing it in.
Short ball, well played. And this feels like an England performance, snatching victory or defeat from the jaws of victory. Says Raspberry Juice, and we win. We are so cool, says the house.
Well, they're ahead of us.
No, they shouldn't be. He's preempting it.
Never preempt it. Be a hat trick coming here.
Imagine the scenes.
Imagine it. Imagine getting a wicket now.
Trying to manifest it, aren't you?
Bloody oath.
Now Ben Sears to Cummins. He hasn't timed that. Tried to get the single. Oh, he's hit the stumps. Now that is risky from Ben Sears. If that misses the stumps and goes through the field, that is the end of the game. Effing hell, New Zealand, says Brandon.
Language.
Just banging that one into the turf. It's well cleaned up by Ben Sears. 28 runs on the board from Pat Cummins. 2 runs required still. 2 balls left and then Alex Carey will be back on strike with another chance at that 100. Out wide. Oh, it's off the bottom edge. And Blundell does well to cut that one off.
Yeah, because that was down the fence before.
Yep. New Zealand, they cannot lose concentration. I don't want to say it, but dropped catch coming.
What?
You think there'll be a drop catch?
Yeah, no one's watching.
Merv Hughes watching on. And Cummins wants Carey to get his 100. Ooh, you think that that's what he's doing here? I honestly think with some of the shots we've seen him play, he's not thinking about that. I think he's thinking about getting this one done. Yeah, he's just worked it through the gap. That'll be 4 runs for Pat Cummins. And that will be the game. Australia have got themselves the victory. 2-0 up against the Kiwis. Alex Carey, Pat Cummins. I think Cummins was probably apologising there, and Alex Carey said, don't worry about it. GG, says Lord Forth. 98 not out for Alex Carey. The most runs of any batsman in this test match in one innings. Cummins. Big boost as well. 32 not out at the end. 31 years and counting is what they've just said on the commentary. This one is over by the second session of day 4. Once again, though, test match not going 5 days. 2 early dismissals in terms of their first innings. 162 for New Zealand, 256 for the Australians. Then New Zealand, they fought back with some good efforts from Ravindra, from Mitchell. But in the end, Australians do get the job done.
Too good again for us. We didn't know how to win that one.
No. Well done, Maggie Green. Says Alvinson. So the Australians getting themselves the victory there, winning it by 3 wickets in Hagley Oval. But nonetheless, oh well. We will get to see. You know where you can stick your pavlova. Says JYD. That was to the Australian.
Oh, okay.
So you're saying that's allowed because it's to an Australian?
Yeah.
Right, okay. We're awesome. New Zealand suck, says the house. And Paul Carey says annoying. I don't think he's got a big smile on his face. He doesn't mind. And lately, no test matches go on 6 days. What's going on? They're only 5. Oh no, 5. And then from Elvinson, yeah, it's just it's a sign of the times that test match cricket is progressing quicker. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you would have thought that was the 5th day, wouldn't you? Because it was so close in some ways and not close enough in others.
3 wickets. The Australians have managed to win by here in Hagley. Okay, equals the closest margin of victory over New Zealand for the Australians. But then it's very hard to judge because, like, the last one they won by 172 runs. So if they had those 3 wickets still batting, would they have got more? It's a bit of an interesting stat, that one, isn't it? But nonetheless, we do thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, of course. New Zealand lost because first innings bad batting. Exactly right. Like, they did well to even have a chance in this match, New Zealand, because that first innings getting bowled out for 162. We went to the cricket fully expecting it to be over by day 3, but New Zealand got back into it, having some good batting from Latham as well as Ravindra, like I said, and just keeping themselves in the contest. Kugelline having a nice little effort with the bat in hand. Couldn't quite replicate that with the ball, though, which I think was good representation of a majority of the New Zealand attack. But nonetheless, we do thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And we will see you all for the next one.